Welcome in everybody. How you all doing today? Hi friends, happy Wednesday. Hope you guys are excited for another fun history night. Yo! Thank you for the sub, Oda-san. Thank you for the tier 3, holy shit. Also, thank you for the sub. I think it was Red. Thank you, Red Chamber. Thank you as well. Welcome back to the Harem Friend. How's everyone doing? I hope you're all having a great day. Yo! Holy shit, Big Zam! Hitting with the big fucking chest cannon, 1,000 to bid in the first, 5 seconds. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you. I hope you've all had a great week. It's hump day, so that means you're halfway there. Congratulations. I'm not, but you guys are. Excuse me. I ate dinner again before stream, so I'm a little hiccupy. But I hope you guys have been having a good week. My week's been a mixed bag, honestly. Busy as ever, what can I say? But yeah, crazy stuff going on. But I hope you guys are excited for a fun day of chatting, hanging out, and a day of reacting to some fun history videos. So I've got 2 important ones for you guys today. One is rather surface level, and then one is pretty deep. The first one, we'll start off with the simple one, because I know, I gotta warm up to the deep historical thought discussion. So the first one today will be on Pancho Villa, because I had no idea who Pancho Villa was, up until probably last week. Did you guys find my Discord DMs, my Xbox 360 live chat? I know, well, hold on. I know exactly what you said on the Webkins forum. I know exactly what you said. I know the toxic shit, the slurs, the racism, the bigotry, Spaceman, that you spewed all over the Webkins forums back in 2015. I know what you did. I see everything. I can't believe you referred to the brown bear like that. That's crazy. He's an innocent brown bear. You profiled him.
Let me guess.
Brendan, not now. I'm chewing out a worshiper. You profiled a brown bear. And you claimed that he was stealing picnic baskets. And that's pretty fucked up. I don't like that. That's fucked up, dude. That's really fucked up. How could you, Spaceman? How could you do that? This is getting so much worse than I prepared for. They wouldn't have pulled over a polar bear, actually, though. AMFB, welcome in. How you doing? Oh my god. But yeah, it's been a pretty good week. My week's been kind of uneventful. As usual, okay, so if you guys don't know this about me, I'm really bad about hoarding my money. Actually, give me a hot moment. I'm gonna do something real quick. Let me do something real quick. Let me do something real quick. Let me see here. I'm gonna add some music to this because I realize for you guys it's probably really bland right now. So give me a moment. All right. Let me add something real quick. Oh shit. Shit. Yo, thank you for the follow, Alan Howard. Welcome to the cult. How you doing today? Okay, there we go. This way you guys can at least listen to the intro background while I yap. I just gotta remember to to turn it back off when we start listening to videos. So, give me a moment. There it is. At least I think that's it. Maybe? Question mark? That should be that. I do believe. Loop. Okay. Yo! Holy shit! Thank you for the 2100 to bid, Oda-san. Holy shit, man. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Okay. So now that should be playing a little bit. Let me make sure this is even the right thing. Sorry for the hold up, everyone. Give me a quick moment. Yeah. Oh wait, no, this is actually the wrong thing. That is actually the wrong thing. Yo! Holy shit! I'm over here working on stream and chat's just like, here, let's just listen to all this cool stuff. Thank you for the 5 gifted plantainer. Oh my god, and thank you for the 100 to Ben Death Heart. Okay, we're already hype trading. I dig it. I totally dig it. I'll try and yap while I work on this. Just give me a moment because this is a little bit work in progress. But we've got a lot of art on the way. I've done like a good number of commissions. There's a bunch of cute stuff headed in, so hope you guys are excited for that. We got our Twitch payment in for the cult this week. So that means that I was able to pay for some stuff. It might be a hot minute until we actually get it, but we will see. But I hope you guys are really excited for it. I got some really cute stuff picked out. I got some really fun stuff picked out too. And it ought to be really, really neat. Okay, let me see if I can get this real quick. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I fully expect you guys to like it. I mean, you guys gonna like me at anything, so I feel like it's kind of hard for me to fuck it up. You know, I don't think I've ever commissioned anything where chat's just like, boo, boo, not cute, not cute at all, not hot either. I hate it. Maybe someday. Maybe someday chat will finally pick one and be like, this fucking sucks, Hara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I paid $100 of your hard-earned, hard gifted dollars for it, and I'm sorry you hate it. Well. Brendan! Ow! Okay, where the fuck is it? There's just so much random crap. I have literally like... I feel like I'm terrible. I feel like I'm terrible about sorting things these days. I've got so much stuff going on now that like I feel like everything is just there's just so much, man. There's just so much stuff that I constantly have to like try and grab. Oh my god, where is it? Is Citrus in here? No, he's not. He's busy. God damn it. Oh my god. Let me see. Uh, you need to be a human and rest. I'll be fine. I mean, I am always busy, but that's just how things go, honestly. It's not like a whole lot that, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, you kind of get used to it after a little bit, and also, like, I can't just, like, further reduce hours for you guys. That'd make me feel bad, you know? I'm already down from, like, what were we doing? Okay, so we went from, like, the donathon where we were doing, like, literally, like, 60 hours, like, a week or some shit. It wasn't actually 60. I think it was, like, 30. And now we're down to, like, 15, and, like, I'm still just, like, I'm still not having any time during the week. It feels not great. And I'm like, I don't want to reduce it more because then I'll miss you guys, and you guys will miss me. So, like, it kind of, you know, ruins the whole part of it. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the point in streaming if I'm not even gonna give you guys at least 2 good streams a week, you know? Are you winning, son? I'm trying a little bit. I am definitely a waifu though. So you're a workaholic. I would actually, maybe I'm really hard on myself, but I would actually say I'm pretty lazy. I fully mean that. Like, I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, I do really think that I'm pretty lazy. Um, yeah, look for the follow barcode 8808. Man, I'm looking really good for the new people that are all like, damn, she like hardly interacts at all. Like, she's just talking about nothing because she's spending all of her time looking for this stupid fucking MP3 that her moderator decided to bury in 5 billion messages. God damn it. His butt cheek. You're hard on your voice. Okay, you're not wrong about that. You're really not. I think the big issue is that I need to be doing like way more exercises. I don't do any warm-ups, and that's probably my big issue. And the other issue is I tend to yell when I get excited, and when I'm streaming, I am excited all the time. Yo, level 5. Speaking of, yo. Thank you for the level 5 hype train. That is so sweet of you guys, seriously. That is actually so incredibly kind of you guys. I will admit, ever since I've started having stuff roll in myself, um, I've started like moving any paychecks from Twitch. So when you guys like donate to Twitch or like gift subs or anything like that, I have started to you know what? I could have done this in a much easier fashion. Hold on. I've started just kind of moving that over to your guys' account too, instead of putting it in my personal account, because I don't really need it to live anymore. So yeah. Oh, I think I saw the wrong one there. Interesting. Okay. I will disappear the media for 5 seconds. Okay. No wonder I've been getting copyright. Okay, so I'm gonna feel kind of shitty on this. So my original intro was called Buddha's Flute, and it's like a video on YouTube. And I thought that I found the right intro sound that Citrus made for me, and he did not. Or like he did, but I picked the wrong one, and so I've been getting like YouTube copyright claims from them, and this entire time I'm like, actually, my mod made this, so you're incorrect, and you're wrong, and this is my stuff. Turns out I have been using theirs. So let nobody tell them that, because then I might get in some trouble. I have actually been stealing their music and passing it off as my own because I legitimately thought it was mine. Hey, Oxundio, welcome in. Hey, Proto Man. Can we learn about the 1919 Boston molasses flood? Oh, I can tell you about that one. I've actually watched a lot of videos on that one and done a little bit of research. That one's like really weird. If you'll give me a minute, I will totally tell you guys about that. Okay, where the fuck is this coming from? Hold on. I closed out of something and the sound didn't stop and I'm confused. Yo, thank you for the follow, Seamoth! Welcome to the cult, how you doing? That actually, that kind of reminds me, Seamoth is the name of the ship that my D&D character used to sail on. So, what are the odds? Then again, I think it's pretty common. The history of Beyblades or Tamiya, why they no longer summon gods and dragons anymore. I will definitely keep that one in mind, Oxon, because I actually really do like, Beyblade. And I kind of miss that they moved away from that too. I feel like the designs got like way worse. Like no joke. And it really disappoints me. It really does. Because they used to be really good. And now they're just kind of not, you know what I mean? Like, they look like, they went from looking like really unique things to being some of the most, like, bland stuff ever, you know? Because, like, I was looking at them, because, like, I saw that some new ones came out, and I was like, yo, like, new Beyblades, they're coming back. And I took a look at them, and I was like, what is this garbage? I was like, this is ass. Who is interested in this? Like it almost looked like football logos. Like it almost actually looked like football logos. Okay. Beyblade and Bakugan fell off. I think Bakugan mostly stayed the same. Okay, I actually have music playing and I actually legitimately have no clue where the fuck it's coming from and it's making me crash out. This is actually gonna make me lose my mind. Actually, I think I know where it is. Maybe. Possibly. Yo, thank you for the follow, TW Jet. Welcome into the cult. Well, we don't hear it. You don't hear it right now? Really? That's strange. What about now? Interesting. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was just a little quiet. Hey, Jed, how you doing? Welcome in. I was like, I know it's on the quieter end, but... See, there's another one that's playing, and I don't know where the fuck it's coming from. I'm legitimately about to crash out. I don't know where this music is coming from. Somebody help me, I'm going insane. I think my computer, like, is playing tricks on my mind. Which makes me sound absolutely psychotic, but hold on. Oh my god, I'm gonna actually morb. I am going to morb. Okay, I guess I'm just losing my mind, and I guess I'm just losing my mind because I don't know where it went. Oh wait, I found it. God damn it, I found it. Okay, we're good. Everything is together now. You should be able to hear the mystical, magical music. I mean, you probably did already. It's just I was hearing it twice, and I was like, I feel like this is what happens when like you smoke sativa or something. Like not like a hard drug, but a drug that's like not great, like synthetic gas station weed. And like you're cognizant and like you're not losing your mind, but there's just something in the back of your head and you like one of your senses like clearly like senses it when it's not actually there, and you're like, get it out of my head, get it out of my head, get it out of my head, get out of my head. So it's like schizophrenia but music. Hello, welcome in, El Latigo Negro. How you doing? You did what now? I'm crazy. That's the point where we're getting here. We're smoking dung beetle? Okay, bro. What do you mean we? The fuck you mean we, dude? You mean you. An earworm? I mean an earworm, but you like actually hear it. Like you can actually hear it. It's not like it's stuck in your head. It's like you literally hear it in your eardrums and you can't figure out how to turn it off. And now Microsoft is opening itself right in front of my eyes. Microsoft, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Can you? Yo! Hell yeah! Hey! My soul, you broke my heart. My soul, trap my heart, trap my soul. Trap my soul like a Zoda star. Oh, what a banger. This is such a banger. Yeah, it's on YouTube, by the way. It's called Azura Star. It's obviously the Adoring Fan. I need to do a cover of this, like, so bad. Are you French? What is this, we? No, thankfully, I'm not French. Yo, what's up, Mysterion? Welcome in. Yeah, I think it's literally called Azura Star, Choga. There's like a 10-hour loop, unironically, and like this time last week, I was working at my museum position and I was cataloging stuff, or I was accessioning things.
Said that.
He sure did. And I was literally listening. I literally listened to that for my entire 8-hour workday. Like, I'm not kidding. It literally just sat there and I was just like writing down notes and like accessioning things and like typing stuff in the computer. I'm just like, you're a perfect person. person for a bird like me. Like, literally for like 8 hours. It was honestly a vibe. Sun Tzu said that? Yeah, he did. It was like book 3, chapter 12. It is definitely an earworm. Well, is it an earworm if it's actually coming through my earbuds? Like, it legitimately was such a good time, though. It was sick. I'm so lucky to be able to work a job where I can listen to music the entire time. Now, something that is an earworm, what is that Rolling Stone song that goes like do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do? You know what I'm talking about? It's that song. I was listening to that song like 2 or 3 days ago, and I can't get over the fact of the way he says, like, what's the matter with you, boy? You know, it just like, I randomly just like repeat it under my breath. It's really bad. It's gotten really bad where I'll just like walking down the street saying to everyone I meet, what's the matter with you, boy? Yeah, it's like literally like that. Yeah, Miss You. Yeah, Miss You by Rolling Stones. It's such a banger, but it's such a goofy song. I love it. I got you beat, man. I work a job where I can listen to VTubers while cooking nachos with military hardware. Okay, that's pretty fucking sick. Spaceman over here wearing a full bomb squad suit, putting a giant block of Velveeta on a block of tannerite and shooting it with a 9mm handgun. All right, everybody line up. Nachos are ready. Just cheese everywhere in the mess hall. Like, everybody's covered in like a thin veneer of like molten nacho cheese, like processed cheese. Yeah, it's young Scroll's star. Thank you, Choka. Single-use fondue fountain. Oh, that reminds me. I meant to post some, like, not safe for work art that Lorelai made of me in a fondue mountain, so. Or fountain, so. Fucking A-Team style cooking. I'll never get over, like, I never really watched A-Team, but I remember that Key and Peele bit where he's like, this isn't a mohawk, this is a rare form of male pattern baldness. And I remember literally being in tears over the first time I saw that. If you like history, just check out Sabaton if you haven't already. They make some very good music about historical events. Hey, thank you for the recommendation, Seamoth. Yeah, we've listened to some Sabaton. We played that new, well, it was new at the time, the Warhammer 40k Doom clone, and listened to Sabaton during it. And I'll be honest, like, I don't think they're bad. They're just not my thing. Yeah, bolt gun. Yeah, that was that. No, I gotta tell you about radar nachos. Step 1, take a bag of Tostitos chips. 2, place cheese inside the chips. 3, aim F16 radar at max gain at nachos. 4, wait 15 to 20 minutes. Enjoy. Really? Is it the radiation from the tracker or something? What would actually be really funny is, like, you can tactically deploy those nachos by throwing the bag with its reflective, like, inside out of your cockpit if a missile's launched at you, and it might work as chaff. That's more or less how microwave ovens were invented. Really? I don't get why you need a microwave oven. You can just stick it between my legs, including your head. If anybody wants to have microwaved brain, hit me up sometime. I'll make there's gonna be if anyone puts a Geiger counter up to your brainless head, it's gonna be like, because I'm glowing, bitch. And it's not because I'm gold, it's because I'm radioactive. And not the terrible Imagine Dragons song either. Welcome to 53.1. Ancient Egyptian sitar. The best station for ancient Egyptian sitars. I'm your host, Hara Rae Sol, and you're listening to 58.1, The Pharaoh. The Imagine Dragons starts playing radioactive. She's waking up with ash and dust. Yeah. I got a cold panini and my microwave's broken. Can you cook it for me? Yeah, but it'll literally melt your jaw off. Remember, like, the radioactive girls, or like the, what were they called? The ladies who had to like paint like the radioactive green glow in the dark paint on like old like novelty glassware chaining up. Yeah, radium girls. Yeah, where their jaw like kind of melted off. Yeah, that's what happened to you. Yeah. What's up, doctor? Oh, you're Choka? Okay, awesome. It does kind of kill me when you guys like swap between and have two completely like different names. I'm already hot-headed. Sorry. No, that's understandable. I totally get it. Also, if you just want a little bit of radiation, you can put it in between my legs for like 3 seconds, and then you can act like you have a fever and not go to school or work the next day, so. Should have used tritium, much safer. Yeah, well, I might be ancient Egyptian, but I was resurrected in America, so I'm only gonna use Americum, which I'm going to gather by ordering 50,000 home smoke detectors, which I will then proceed to throw in a giant water basin in the back of my yard that will definitely have radioactive runoff that will ruin the environment around my home for the next 10 to 15 years, all despite my local HOA. And if you don't think that's based, then you can get the fuck out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of all these fake-based people, like, worrying about their dumb culture war and, like, cringe-ass, like, political bullshit. Can we just get back to the day of being actually based, which is, like, building a violent, dozer in your basement or stripping enough Americum from household, smoke detectors to be able to create a dirty bomb and an environmental disaster in your backyard? What happened to that, dude? Like actually though. Uncle Ted would be disappointed in the current state of crazy conspiracy theorists and how weak they've become. Where's your environmental disaster plans, you know? Americium is good stuff despite HOAs. Yeah, that's what it's called. Newer smoke detectors no longer use radiation to detect smoke. Yeah, but you can still order them. That's the thing. You can still order them. They still make them. Because they're like, well, I mean, what kind... Because, like, you got every fucking person that makes them that's like, well, what kind of idiot would order 200,000 home smoke detectors with Americum in it just to, like, cause an environmental disaster? That would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Me! It's me! I'm doing it currently. I cannot be stopped. All of them, including the massive collection of rusted out car batteries I've been collecting for the last 100 years, are also, that are sitting in my garage, will all be thrown into my local lake. I will ruin the water table, and there is nothing anyone can do about it. It's because I'm so based. I'm based in ancient Egypt build. Hara's just trying to lower property values. It's fine. Yeah, it's true. That's why I paint my house lime green. Ow! I refuse to sleep. You can't make me sleep. I'm too crazy. You had your chance like maybe 15 minutes ago, but it's over for you now. Like prior to starting stream, I was pretty fucking exhausted. It felt like I got hit with a truck, and then like I started streaming, got excited, and now it's not there anymore. Thank you, Gear. The air tastes like pennies. Honestly, if you spend time around me and you're not tasting pennies, then you're not really spending time with me. And now that I'm saying this, it makes it sound like an ejaculation joke, but I just meant that's how much radiation is going on around me. I am a Tomb's happiest little radiation bomb. That's me. If you smell metal in the air, that is blood. I would like to say also, I think there's been like 4 times this week where I've been on Twitter and either reading something somebody else has written, or like another VTuber, or doing something like myself, and I'm like, I think I'm having a stroke. Like, I don't smell toast, but I feel like I'm having a stroke. Like, one of them was earlier this week where like there was a joke where Pointless Hub, who does like a bunch of like movie reviews and like Godzilla stuff, retweeted the like new season of Fallout New Vegas, which we should talk about in a moment. And he was like, oh my God, look, they're going to Boston, like as a joke. And I was like, yeah, look, I could see the Liberty Bell. And someone not like that, like had the joke go completely over their head. Just some random person was like, that's actually in Philadelphia. And I went, actually, that's a cream cheese brand. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm having a stroke for my own dumb responses. In the name of safety, we made an education about nature's laws so that people would not know how to be based like that and fall for social media drama and be entertained by such things. It's true. Big nature keeps us separated by having humans infight when really we could ruin the environment so much more if we actually were unified. Own that, nerd? I know, right? I think the other one, there was one that like Mozumi Peachy posted earlier today. Or no, it was yesterday. And I was like, I don't know if you're having a stroke or if I am, but I have no idea what's going on. And literally someone in her comments had to explain to me what it means. Yeah, here it is. So it was, oh, she deleted it. No, she deleted it. That makes me so sad. All right, well, that stinks. I can't read it now. But what it did mean was balding is a sign of high testosterone in the body. Don't fall for the anti-balding medication, popular belief brothers. But it was said in like such a way where I was like, I think I'm having a stroke trying to read this. It was a banger. I wonder why she deleted it. It was a banger. Internet Archive. I'm not gonna put that much effort into it. So Philadelphia must be in Wisconsin. Oh, without a doubt, dude. I love their jalapenos. They do a great job of putting it in their cream cheese. Those are native to Milwaukee, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm 99% sure. Like, you ever had an enchilada? You know what city's known for enchiladas? Milwaukee. So, yeah. A lot of people would think it'd be like, you know, closer to Mexico, but like there was like a big shakeup during like right before World War I, where like a lot of Mexican immigrants decided that, you know, they would flee to the US because there was like a civil war going on in Mexico. And the United States wanted that area like better populated. Some today would call it DEI. And they paid them all to go move up to Milwaukee. And that's kind of where like American Mexican food, like Americanized Mexican food started. And that's where like enchiladas and like what we know is like tacos and like brisket, that kind of stuff, kind of came from. And that's kind of what it's famous for. So I'm surprised that nobody in chat knew that. The ancient Mesoamerican Milwaukee enchilada. That is a title that I should steal sometime. Insane pivot to Pancho Villa. I know, right? That would actually be an insane pivot to Pancho Villa if we were gonna start watching it literally anytime soon. It's still gonna be like another like 30 minutes probably. What the fuck is a bad sauce raw? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If you pick green sauce on your enchiladas, you're kind of weird. Actually, I'll take that back. If you pick green sauce at all, you're kind of weird. You're picking green salsa over red salsa? What is wrong with you, dude? You ever had good red salsa? It blows green out of the fucking air every time, dude. Also, World War I, DEI is wild. The Entente situation. I know, right? Look, I just want to say that America's always been against DEI and wokeism. You know how I know that? Because we got pissed off about the Zimmerman telegram. That's right. That's right. The German government tried to DEI in a bunch of Mexicans into the Triple Entente, or my bad, not the Triple Entente. They were the Triple Entente, weren't they? Shit. Which one was the Entente and which one was the Allies in World War I? They like swap up. They were the Entente, right? Germany was in the Entente? No, World War II was the Axis.
Let me guess. Spring cleaning.
Grenades! Ow! Oh, that's right. It was the Central Powers. Okay, anyway, I'm restarting the joke. Because this shit's clippable. So a lot of people don't know, but the United States has actually always been against DEI and wokeism as early as World War I. Big history here, especially for a lot of people on Twitter. And now it's the Zimmerman telegram, where Germany tried to bring DEI Latinos into the Central Powers, and the United States intercepted it. Well, really, the UK intercepted it and sent that to the US. And the US was like, "Nuh-uh, you're not gonna have that DEI woke crap in the Central Powers. We're going to war." And that's how America joined World War I. It's pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure, I don't, I have no clue who was president, but they were pissed. Whoever the US president was known anti-woke. That's what their campaign ran on, was anti-woke, whoever it was. Yeah, Woodrow Wilson, as if he wasn't already hated enough.
Pray the pimp's prayer. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that she might learn a hoe's place. Amen.
Fuck you. So that she might learn a hoe's place. Amen. What are you calling me, huh? What are you implying? That's rude. Also, stop touching my crown. Wilson! A VTuber named Hara sounds cringe. Go watch an actual interesting creator. She's just an anime tourist. She has morals and actually cares about other people. So she's a tourist to the anime community.
Great success.
Great success. I had to pull the break. What the fuck are we on about? I'm still stuck on enchiladas. I don't know, dude. Oh God, the tourist claims again. I will never get over that in my lifetime. I've never had like a lamer group of people be like, "You can't join our group." And it's like, I didn't want to join, you fucking idiot. Like, that's like Nambla coming up to you and being like, you're not a real Nambla member. You don't actually like children. And it's like, yeah, you're right. I don't. Thank you. They're like, "You'll never be one of us." Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be. Correct. I hope so. I hate following these stream tangents, you bratty bird. You can't keep up, loser. I'm too smart for you. Excuse me, madam. I don't think you're a real anime fan because, that woman clearly has breasts over a B cup and, doesn't look like she's 12. So, yeah. I do not get recommended VTubers. I am confused. What's up, 404? I'm gonna be honest, buddy. You got recommended the wrong one. You're about to get put in a mind blender. You're about to get put in an absolute fucking mind blender, dude. We're gonna, you know, I'm not gonna say it because you're new. I was gonna say something diabolical and I'm not gonna say it. Yo, what's up, Bellicus? So today we'll be watching a video on Pancho Villa, which will be our little intro video. And then our second video will be on how 9/11 ruined pop culture, America pop culture. I'm not kidding. It's a very interesting video. It looked very interesting. I watched like the first 5 minutes, so. Nah, say it. Nah, I really shouldn't. It's bad even for stream, dude. Will this be on the quiz? It definitely will. Welcome in, Vegito. Make sure you take notes. Hey, Nori! Thanks for lurking, dude. I'll happily take your organs. Actually, anime was made in Japan and not Egypt, so you're a tourist. Japan is actually incredibly based. They have literally nothing negative about their society, and America should try to emulate them as much as possible. There's literally not a bad person in Japan. There's literally never been crime, and they have only ever been morally just in literally everything they do. Ever. Unit 731, never heard of it. But I got a math test tomorrow. Math sucks. Fail it just for the funsies. It's history time! Hey, Ivan. Only the best people come from Japan, it's true. I won't take notes because notes are woke communist propaganda. It's true. All I can think of is that, like, is like Tactical's like, but I thought in the communist conclave I was gonna be a cool mine shaft operator, and the guy with the gun in the background's like, write the fucking notes, write the fucking notes. Forced confessions don't exist. You're not wrong. They wait for you to catch your breath before killing you again. True. First time here, and so far I've understood every single niche reference you've made, which is both awesome and somewhat terrifying. Great. That is exactly what I want to hear. That is perfect. That is great. That means you're going to be one of us. Definitely a soon-to-be harem member, that's for sure. Unit 731, they use my people in China as lab rats. Yeah, it's pretty terrible, Ivan. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Oh, somebody asked a question, and I completely forgot about it. I said I'd talk about it, and I didn't. Somebody asked me a history question, I completely forgot. What was it? Oh, it was like Beyblades. Hey, whoa. Yeah, get wrecked, Q. You suck. Yo, thank you for the sub, Bellicus. Oh my God, Spaceman gifted one. You are part of the harem. Congratulations. Congratulations, friend. Yeah, you definitely can't lead, but hey, the big bonus is you get to grill one piece of food of your choice on my tummy. Oh my God, are you serious? Ah, you tied. That means I win. Thank you for the follow. It's Ross. Welcome into the cult. Yeah, how's that feel, loser? All right. But yeah, that's, I can't even remember what I was talking about now. We were gonna talk, somebody asked me a question about something. I completely forgot. I thought it was history related, but now I don't remember. Sorry, I was having a Whopper. Not to be confused with Whopper. Hey, Reggie. Oh, well, that's one of the videos we're watching today. Yeah, that's the video. Somebody asked me a question about something, and I just forgot about it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I was too busy shit posting. And I forgot. I don't know who it was that asked the question that I said that I'd answer, but I forgot. So my bad. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. History of Beyblade. Oh, I said that'd be an interesting thing to like watch a video on. How do we prevent the Hara's wrath on us? Toth said the goddess has ADHD. Perfect. Unironically, like, if I'm ever angry at you, just like, I don't know, like, commit arson. I'll get distracted. This is definitely the most chaotic joining I've ever been in. Definitely not on my bingo card for the week, but you know what? I'm here for it. Let's go, dude. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I will say, so we have a history stream every Wednesday. I feel like, like a chatting history stream. And I feel like these are the most chaotic and most fun. Like, I think the last time we talked about that I could easily become a saint by, like, feeding diced hot dogs to koi fish at my local sushi restaurant. So, yeah. Things get wild here. Not wet, though. We're dry because we're Christian. Not really. Obviously not. But yeah, Jingle Keys. But yeah, we also do, like, variety streams on Saturday. Currently, it's our, like, we're doing a Fallout New Vegas playthrough where chat can pay $10 for me to kill the next humanoid NPC, and we've already eviscerated like 60 people and wiped out like 3 whole towns. So if that's your thing, there you go. And then War Thunder on Sundays. So sadly, we stay wet. You can't be wet with the sun, dude.
Take that bitch to Pizza Planet. Damn right, dude. Get her the meat lovers.
Yeah, get her the meat lovers. It's my most consumed form of content when it comes to YouTube, that and War Thunder. Yeah, I'm the same way, Bellicus. I think it's like the big things that I watch on YouTube are history stuff, fictional history, lore videos, and like funny like comedy stuff. Oh Oh, and true crime stuff, which is also kind of a way in its own way history. So, and they're almost all long form. Like, I'm at the point where it's like, this is only 10 minutes. I'm not watching it. It's got to be at least 35. I was playing with the AK-47 in Fallout 4. Hey, Beelzebub. I actually really like the AK-47 in Fallout 4 in 76. I think it's really cool. It's all good, Monarch. The VODs are up on YouTube if you want to check them out. Are you familiar with Star Citizen? Am I familiar with it? Yes. Will I ever buy in? No. Maybe people feel different, but in my opinion, it feels like Star Citizen is a scam. No one's summoned the rat yet. I listened to a Napoleonic Wars series on night shift as background noise. There you go. That's a good one. I sometimes listen to hardcore history. Hey, I have to go to Nuka World to get the AK-47. I feel that. Stop touching the crown, by the way. 10 minutes is often too abridged and more likely to be clickbait. I kind of agree. I kind of don't like the new videos that have gotten really popular where, like, you just, like, get an AI voice and literally just, like, pick a topic and just talk about 15 things. It's like the little circle videos, you know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, well, let me think of one. Like, it'll be like, 15 of the worst disasters in history. And it'll be like little circles, and like the video will be like 15 minutes long, and on each little circle, the AI voice will focus on one circle for like a minute. And that's the video, is like the most like top of the Wikipedia article toe dip into history imaginable, and they get like millions of views, and it's like, fuck. Oh, did Rasputin not work? Uh-oh. What happened to Rat? Did I forget to add Rat to this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There will be riots in the streets because no Rat. Okay, I'm adding it. Hold on. Boink. There you go. He's back. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Back from the gaming realm. Excuse me. Yo, thank you for the follow, Once in Heels. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? Whoever narrates the epic history videos would make bank as an audiobook narrator. Which one's that again? Is that the one that does, the little, like, kind of stick figure, stop motion kind of guys that usually talk about, like, World War II? Hara overcorrects and causes a rat plague on Egypt, which dominoes into the fall of the Old Kingdom. As if it would ever be on Egypt. It'd be on, like, Mesopotamia. Noob PTFO. Hey, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, guys. Welcome to my channel today. We're going to talk about Stonehenge. Wikipedia, the online encyclopedia. Yeah, pretty much. Fact, Hara caused the Black Death. That's not true. I'm not a flea. I'm way prettier. I watched All My Homies Hate Skrillex, which is a history of dubstep. Way more interesting than I thought it would be. Really? Is that just a clickbait title, or does really, like, everybody hate Skrillex? I feel like the Hittite Empire would also collapse for the second time. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Ow. That's kind of cool, Beals. I feel like maybe for the Fallout world, Chinese might be a little bit more accurate, but that's still really cool. I'm not a flea was said with such sharp offhandedness. It's true. I'm way prettier. How could you even possibly mistake the two? Rip the cover off what was happening to dubstep and made it plain for all to see. Oh, okay. I'll admit, when I was younger, I really did hate, like, Skrillex and dubstep, like a lot of people did, because I thought it was just all of that, like, computer in a washing machine kind of music. And then, like, you actually listen to, like, Skrillex actual good stuff, like Mumbai Power and stuff like that, and you're like, oh, okay, here's what the actual quality is. It's just that everybody liked the garbage. So I got a new Hear Me Out. Hit me with it, friend. I'm interested. If I remember correctly, the Soviets actually allied with the US. That wouldn't surprise me. It was like a bunch of oil wars, so it could be anything. Pompey from Psychopomp. I have no clue who that is. Literally zero clue. Okay. You know, look, we're gonna have a talk. We're gonna have a talk about this. Picking a regular human woman, even if she's psychotic, is not a hear me out. That's not a hear me out, bro. Hear me out's supposed to be weird, dude. You're supposed to say hear me out to, like, I don't know, like a xenomorph or something. Or like the Seth Rogen, like, slime guy from Monsters vs. Aliens. That is the shit you say hear me out to. Yeah, Bob. I want him to jello all over me, dude. I want him to make me his pudding cup. I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea. Someone asked me who's the most fuckable Pokemon. First thing I blurted out was Ash's dog. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I thought it was bad for the Bob joke. Tactical, what is that, bro? First off, what do you mean dog? And why is that the first thing that came out of your mouth, bro? That's concerning. That is actually really concerning. That scares me. It's like Dragon Man Chio from Yu-Gi-Oh! No, that's not, though. Maybe her dragon form, not her human form. Average male, hear me out. Most conventional, beautiful woman versus average female, hear me out. Bro, actually, unironically. I say this as a girl, like the guy, hear me out, will be like regular human woman, but with blue horns and like blue skin. And then like the woman, hear me out is like, he's got like an 8-inch long, like cow patterned horse dong. And it's like, all right, dude. Yeah, moving on. We're not, no. It's like what? Oh shit, it's Dandelion. This is awkward. We were talking about, you know what? I have no excuse. I plead the fifth. I give up. It took me longer than 3 seconds. So I give up. Yeah, or like the most grotesque eldritch abomination. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like guys will be like, oh my god, guys, hear me out. Karlach's kind of hot. And then girls are like, you remember that like one Daedric prince from the Dragonborn DLC, Hermaeus Mora, when like he's coming out of like the inky black pool, and he's got like the long tentacles with like ink dripping off of him, and he's got like the big goat eye. That guy. like that guy. I want him to talk and drive me insane. The Mayan underworld, yeah. Dang it, she pled the fifth. I pled the fifth. It's unbeatable. It's an unstoppable wall. It protects you against anything. What's that? I committed ecological terrorism on a grand scale that's worth billions of dollars in ecological disasters. I plead the fifth. And then every attorney in the world is like, she pled the fifth, we're fucked. What do we do? Can't do anything. That's what it says. George Washington literally said, I want the ability to commit war crimes, so we're adding in the fifth, just so, like, I can do things like that and then plead the fifth. Good evening. You pled the fifth, then don't say it? Yeah, I can do whatever I want. It works retroactively. I claim double jeopardy. I'm not good at Jeopardy, but I claim double jeopardy. Hear me out, the US Constitution, actually, though. How about you invent new war crimes? I'm trying my best. Everyone's kind of done them all. See you, Red. Thanks for hanging out, dude. God, dude, there's so many, like, there's gotta be a good number of new people that are tuning in and are like, what the fuck is this fucking dumb bird bitch on? Speaking of... Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. I do War Thunder variety and history streams. Thank you for the raid, Jazzy. It's been a minute, dude. How you doing? What are we up to? War crime legal battles out here like really be like Yu-Gi-Oh card battles? True. You lost Boulevard, do not pass go. I will pass go anyway. You've activated my trap card, the Fifth Amendment, yeah. Battlefield 1, oh hell yeah. What's your favorite gun? I like the really limited edition, like experimental SMG that totally got used in World War I and totally existed. That thing was pretty sick. All the homies love the Geneva checklist. I say we could add more to it. Listen, just saying Obelisk the Tormentor, I will not elaborate. Not my thing. I will admit though, I feel like, okay, so like, you know, like everybody does like a nostalgic rerun of something. I'm gonna be honest, the Yu-Gi-Oh movie, like the newest one, is the best, like, we're running off your nostalgia movie, like, of any series, I think, ever. The new one is in, like, the one from, like, 2016 or 17 or some shit like that. That one. But that one was so incredible. The animation was great. The hype moments were crazy. It gives an awesome ending. It's like another second awesome ending to the original series. And plus you get that one fucking moment where literally like Kaiba is fighting the main bad guy. And the main bad guy is like, but Obelisk can't use his effect. And then he's a monster. And then Kaiba goes, he's not a monster. He's a god. And like literally, I think I actually came in my pants. I'm not even kidding. I think he said that line and then immediately like I just soiled myself. I was like, this is peak cinema. Like not even ironic. Like not even ironically, this is peak fucking cinema. And that is why he has a statue inside my my display case. So like I mean I'm not kidding, dude. I had to go change my panties after that. Like it was oh my god. You ever seen the movie Waterworld? That would be an apt description of me after that moment. Man spent 10 years just to fight a Tim again. That one Speedo sausage video where he's like, I've analyzed every follicle in your fucking foreskin and I dueled ISIS into submission is so accurate for Kaiba. It is extremely accurate. Okay, less based. Yeah, it was Dark Side of Dimensions, yeah. Could we watch Titan AE, Hara? What is that, Nova? I don't know what that is. I saw somebody else ask a question, history related on the YouTube side. Give me a moment. Who do you think the greatest general in history is? Man, I don't know, honestly. That's a really big question. I mean, I feel like if I answer anyone other than Napoleon, I feel like it's a wrong answer. Like, I'm sure that there's been some pretty great generals in history. Like, Alexander the Great, he was good, but he wasn't, like, smart. Like, he just kind of had an exploit that he knew would work, and it happened to work every time. Genghis Khan was successful, but I wouldn't argue he's the greatest general just because, like, he won purely through, like, innovation and army strength. Caesar won through overpowering, even though he was a good general. But Napoleon was like, literally like, my military numbers are outnumbered 5-1 and I'm literally kicking everybody's ass. Like it's not like kicking everybody's ass so fucking hard, it's not even close. Like I do actually wonder if Napoleon was able to settle things with Russia, if he would have been able to actually hold the French Empire. Because like he was just that fucking busted. Patton even got the 4860 tanks named after him. I mean, you could also argue Pershing. I would argue Pershing's better than Patton, frankly. What about Oda Nobunaga? Probably not. I feel like Oda Nobunaga was actually better at statecraft than he was a general. I think Oda Nobunaga was just very good at the political game of playing his opponents against one another until they were weak enough for him to defeat. I don't think that makes him a good, the best general. I think that makes him a really good statesman. States craftsman? You know what I mean? Couldn't hold Haiti. I mean, I don't expect literally anyone to be able to hold the New World holdings. That's like sending your kids to the moon and then like, that's like the modern equivalent of actually sending your kids to, not even the moon. That's like the modern equivalent of sending your kids to fucking live on Jupiter and they start their own colony and revolt. How are you gonna fucking stop them? Everything you do is gonna have like a 4-month delay. Like, you know what I mean? Hannibal Barca was good, but ultimately couldn't get it done, so. We're pretty mid, tank nerd here. Well, the Pershings are pretty good and War Thunder pushes up classes. Some shit at statecraft and only have 2 to 3 stacks max across the empire. Yeah, I get that. I'll admit, like, I'm actually, like, really good at, like, the statecraft part of Total War. And then when it comes to battles, it's like, all right, I'm just gonna win because of, like, overwhelming force. Chow Chow, maybe? Chow Chow died. Like, Chow Chow died, like, very early into the Warring Kingdoms period. Very early. He died, like, halfway through. That's why it blows my mind when people say Chow Chow was so amazing. Like, I actually, like, researched a little bit on Chow Chow. And, like, he was a really good, like, general, don't get me wrong, but, like, he wasn't even close to holding anything. He just got fucked, like, quite literally. They scrapped them all? Yeah, sounds about right. Welcome in, Black Phantom, by the way. I don't think I've seen you in here before. I'm happy to have you. Yeah, I think Hannibal Barca was a good general, but I also feel like it was a little bit of, like, Roman incompetence. Howdy, howdy. But yeah, if you guys don't know, if you're new, my name is Hara Rae Sol, an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. We do War Thunder variety and history streams. Our usual streams, our planned schedule is Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, usually starting at 7 or 8 p.m. CST. I am a historian. I have a master's degree in history. My focus was Cold War, geopolitics, espionage, and propaganda. My dissertation was on the Soviet-Afghan War, and my argument was that the retreat from Afghanistan caused the end of the Soviet Union more so than perestroika. And I'm also a museum curator as a full-time occupation. So tonight's our history night. If you have any questions about history or museum practices or anything like that, please do not be afraid to ask. I would be more than happy to try and do my best to answer. So if you stick around too long, by the way, I will be taking your organs, stuffing them in the pretty jars so that you can become my eternal servant. And then I curse your bloodline to forever be fated to follow me in my cult. So it's a great transaction, I promise. If you join the harem by becoming a YouTube subscriber or a Twitch, it's a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber, you get to grill one thing on my cute radioactive tummy down here, and you get access to a free War Thunder voice pack that's got meat for your RWR system for top tier jets. So yeah, big spiel, long spiel. We've also got merch. I forgot to mention this. This is very important. Sorry to go on my shilling, but I'm gonna shill for a minute. We are having a merch drop, May 22nd. Keep an eye out. The new Dakimakura is coming out. The new acrylic stand is coming out. New keychains are getting restocked. So if you want some cute bird merch, that'll be the time to get you some cute bird merch. No, the old Daki will actually be staying up because we're going with Hovercat for the new one. So you can get both. We're giving the best of both worlds. Both will stay. So yeah. What else? So those will be coming up. I plan on starting another merch line soon, but that probably won't be out for like at least 6-7 months. So yeah, hope you guys are excited. I'm excited. But supplies are kind of limited. I think we have like 20 of each. So we're not doing pre-orders this time. I paid to backstock it with my own money. So get it while supplies last. If we sell out, I'll order more. It just might be a month or two. So yeah. I'm not expected. I will find a VTuber with a historian lesson. Here we go. Well, I'm glad you found me, Siat. Welcome in. How you doing? I think I said that right. Feel free to correct me. I got peeked at your topics. Which part of the Cold War are you focusing on specifically? So my focus Yo, thank you for the follow, Siat. Welcome into the cult. My area of focus was particularly just kind of general global history for the Cold War. I've got a little bit on like Middle East, a little bit on South America, a lot on like Soviet and American, obviously, because those are kind of the main players. And kind of like, now to keep in mind, we're talking I studied broader concepts here. So like, while I'll know of the Vietnam War and the effects it had on like global politics and like American culture, I won't be able to tell you like, yeah, this was the 5th battle of General X and X's campaign who dropped X amount of bombs. That was not my focus. Think big scope. I was very big scope, not small scope. So yeah. Which is what historians tend to be these days, so. Hearing that follow noise triggers my UC PTSD. Good! It might not be surprising, but Sinanju and Sinanju Stein are two of my favorite Gundam suits. Also, if you're also new here, I'm a massive brat. I will rip open your organs and pout when you don't let me. I will stuff them in the jars. I will microwave your brain. I will give you glaucoma and skin cancer because I am the sun. And I'm also a massive tomboy. I'm a big fan of NBA basketball. I like Zoids. Zords are big. We're big on mechs. We do the occasional kit build. I love Pokemon trading cards. That's another big hobby of mine. And I like cooking. I'm really big on cooking. I like spicy food. So yeah, if any of that interests you, feel free to yap away because today is the day to do that. Are you into Battletech? I have Battletech. I've been meaning to get into it. I have not had the chance yet. I also like Warhammer 40k. And I want to reiterate, I know that there's going to be some people that are like, oh my god, another VTuber getting into Warhammer 40k by watching Bricky videos. I promise you, I was like really big on 40k before that. I don't really play the board game, but I love the lore, so. Sinanju's pretty goated though. It is. I like Sinanju, I like Woundwort a lot. I think Woundwort or Woundwort's my favorite. What else? There's a lot of Gundam suits I really like. I like the new Galfs or Goofs, however you fucking say it, from the new Seed series. They look sick. I really want a kit for that. Hey, Dan Bagslide, Zoids Battle Legends. Is that the one for the PS2 where like it's the super tactical Zoids? I can't remember what game it is, but that game was fucking sick. It wasn't like the regular Zoids where it's like, they look like really like cool animals and stuff like that. They were literally like actual like military Zoids where like they stripped off like the fancy colors and armor and they all had like black paint and like tactical camos and were really like stripped down so they'd be lightweight and fast. They were really sick. They looked really cool. Have you published your dissertation? I have not. I actually got recommended to publish it by multiple professors when I had it done a long time ago, and I didn't do it. I wish I would have. I plan on doing it at some point. I just gotta get some editing together and go through the long drawn out process of getting something published. So, yeah. I wish I had. I really do. No, I will definitely not be publishing it under my VTuber name. Definitely not. Which is why I'm kind of hesitant to release it to you guys, even with all my info scrubbed, because I don't want you guys searching that and finding my info. Because if you find, like, if I'm being honest, like, if you find my name, you'll be able to find out where I work, and then that's not very great. I would prefer that not happening. Because being in a museum position like I am, I'm a very public-facing person, and I would prefer people to not know that, so. And bother me at work. That would make me very upset. Like, okay, look, all I'll say is, if you somehow figure out who I am, don't come visit me at work. If you visit me at work and you make it known that you actually know me as Hara, I will actually kick your ass in my front lawn, and my director will back me up. So, that is confirmed. Any recommended book about the Cold War? So I actually have multiple for you. It is a series that just kind of looks over the cultural history of America as a whole, but the Gunfighter Nation series by Richard Slotkin, check that one out. Very important for American culture if you want to understand modern American culture. It's very good read. Very long because it's 3 books, each of them being like 600 pages, but it's worth it, I promise. As for other Cold War books, technically the tail end of World War II, like the ending of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's by the Pacific War Commission, and it's called Japan's Longest Day. I'd recommend that one. Really good read. What else? There's plenty of books on my shelf. I just have to find them. Bonsoir. Hi, Apex. Welcome in. What do you mean? Thank you for the follow, Cecil Smith, by the way. Welcome into the cult. Ironically, I'm more concerned about naval actions in the Cold War because it was mostly my ex is bigger. You're not wrong, but like, let's be honest, the Soviets didn't exactly keep up. You thought about a PhD? I did for a short time, but I found that I would prefer to enter the job market, especially now that I'm in the museum scene, which is what I always wanted to do, and now I'm at where I've always wanted to be. That is quite literally out of the question. If I had to be honest with anyone that's chasing like a history degree, do not chase a PhD. And I was told this by all of my professors and by multiple museum professionals. Do not chase a PhD unless you want to be a professor. Do not chase a PhD. It's just not worth it. You're going to want your master's. Do not chase your PhD. It's not worth it. The current job market for just about every single industry prioritizes experience over academics because degrees have frankly lost a lot of their value. Ow. So if you're wanting to go into the historical or museum fields, or even art history stuff, I don't care if you're 6 years old, which you shouldn't be in here if you're under 18, but, I don't care if you're 6 years old, start interning right now. Because if you can show up with 5 years of internship experience and you have a bachelor's, you'll probably get into a job over people that have a master's and no internship experience. I'm not even kidding. It's really messed up right now. And that's because of a lot of things, like, so the museum and history space already didn't have a lot of jobs prior to the COVID pandemic. And then the COVID pandemic eliminated a lot of jobs because a lot of museums had to, like, reduce their funding and some had to shutter down because of it, because they didn't have any admissions. And then now the current administration has cut funding further and now more are closing. So jobs are pretty scarce. It's a very who you know, and how long you've been in a specific position kind of thing right now. Let me give me some water real quick. I've been yapping a lot. As a history BA guy, I'm not holding out on getting a PhD. I would heavily recommend not going for it. Your master's is probably worth it. A PhD is probably not. What you want to do is with your master's also, go to try and get your way into a prestigious college. I don't care if you went to like Grambling, Wisconsin State University, for your college, for your undergrad, go somewhere big, like, and known for its history department for your master's. You'll gain much better connections and it'll be much easier for you to find a position somewhere. Because, like, for example, like, I got recommended to go to Ohio State for my master's because I was apparently a model student. My professors liked me that much that I had multiple telling me to go to Ohio State for their history program, and I didn't do it because I was a big baby bitch and didn't want to move away from home, and I'm pissed I didn't do it, so, because I should have done it. So, holy shit, did I just find Peak? Damn right you did! You definitely found Peak. What's up, Rhetorics? Welcome in, how you doing? Because that means I have to write my name longer and I'm lazy. Yeah, the only, like, big fun thing about a PhD is, like, you will refer to me as doctor. I am doctor. Coworker told me about a podcast series called Hardcore History. I was listening to one episode in Japan. It's called Supernova in the East. First episode is about 4 hours long, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I've listened to literally all of Hardcore History. Dan Carlin's incredible. It's not exactly the most historically accurate thing by any means, but it's very entertaining. And Dan Carlin has a voice like fucking thyme butter, dude. Like thyme rosemary butter. Like, his voice is incredible. And his narration is incredible too. Would recommend if you're looking for historical entertainment. I just wouldn't take everything he says and every opinion he has as fact, because after all, he's a journalist, not a historian, and he makes that known, which big kudos to him for that. But I've definitely been listening to the Supernova and the E series before, and there's been a couple things where I'm like, that's kind of wrong, or like, that's kind of a rather uninformed opinion, or that is something I personally as a historian disagree with. But most of the time, Dan Carlin gets everything right, and I feel like Dan Carlin is less about really hitting you with facts and like really getting you to like memorize facts, and more about helping you understand like the emotional and cultural toll on things, and that is also a very important part. So it's a very odd specific way to characterize a voice. Well, I was thinking like a lot of people say like they have voices like smooth as butter, and then I was thinking like, okay, well then what's better than butter? And I'm like, thyme rosemary butter that you put on like garlic bread. So naturally my dumb bird brain who was thinking about garlic bread instantly went to his a voice like thyme rosemary like butter. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have ever had like thyme or rosemary butter and use that shit frequently. Like, bro, cook you up a nice ribeye on some cast iron and throw a big old fucking glob of thyme and rosemary butter on that bitch when it's done and still hot. Ugh. Ugh. It's great. It is goated. There are 3 things in this world that maximize pleasure for me. Starting from 3, it's sex. Let's be honest. Number 2 is thyme, rosemary, butter on steak. Number 1 is waking up from an alarm and then having the ability to turn the alarm off and go back to sleep. That is number 1. Thank you for the follow, Karuha de Oro. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? What kind of AP history review is this? It's a great one is what it is. Welcome in, Cal. How you doing? Yeah, bread does make you fat, and that's why I don't have a 6-pack. Also, a goddess like me was never meant to work out, even though I do work out occasionally, like twice a week. I go shoot basketballs and lift dumbbells, and that's what I call a workout because I hate like running on a treadmill. I can't stand it. Hi, do you think? Oh, sorry, I missed your message. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube moves a little fast. Thank you for the follow, Galaxy Outlaw. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? Do you think you could explain the IRL Suicide Squad? Alexei Ananenko, Boris Baranov, Valery Bezpavlov. I actually don't think I've ever heard of them, Tractor Boy. That is an area that I am a little blind to. Sounds interesting, though. Does flying count as a workout? Not for me, because I don't have wings and I just kind of hover, so... Oh, Chernobyl. Are those the people, are those the names of the, I'm guessing those are the names of the gentlemen that walked in to encase the elephant's foot or whatever it was? Each time you get Gaijin, do 1 rep. I might actually be Schwarzenegger big at the end of that. That's why I'm in 2 chats. There you go. Yeah, the guys in the water that had like shut down the reactor. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, empty the water tanks to avoid the thermal explosion, yeah. I think it's pretty incredible. Didn't all 3 of them live without even like massive, like I think, I mean, they may have died of cancer because cancer is just that fucking common these days. But not only did they all live, I think they actually like lived to like an average lifespan, which is kind of crazy. Compared to the guys that just worked there, happen to be standing like, you know, 200 feet from the original meltdown and then like died within 2 weeks. It's pretty unfair. Hara's model just T-posed in the distance like she was coded by Bethesda. Yeah, it's because of my current, like camera setup. If anybody would like my range of motion to be a little bit better, the new stand's on my throne. If you're interested, and that would make me move a little bit better so I can have it like on my monitor. So like the way I've got it set up, so I have 3 monitors, right? So I'm currently looking at the middle monitor right now. Then there's one to my right, which holds OBS, and usually my Twitch chat when I'm playing a game. And there's one on my left, which holds like the corner of YouTube chat, because OBS chat does not catch YouTube. And then typically like stream info. Like making sure that everything is pretty good. So yeah. See ya, Tractor. Thanks for stopping by, dude. But yeah. Our arms are poised for flight. I am constantly A-posed. Unless I decide to cross my arms. Arms are not rigged. If I'm being honest, most VTubers that are live 2D don't get their arms rigged. Like, they flow. But no, we don't have, like, movable arms because, like, VTube Studio doesn't have arm tracking. You have to upgrade to, like, a 3D model, and frankly, I'm kind of, like, a purist in the sense of, like, I don't want a 3D model. I really don't. I like my 2D. Well, actually, to be fair, I've seen that there are some 3D models that are good enough looking now where they look like live 2D. And I've been considering getting one of those whenever I win the lottery. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Base Tassar. Welcome to the cult. Hey, Wagecock Vic. What's up, buddy? I gotcha. See you, noob. Thanks for stopping by. Ow. Hope to see you back on Saturday this week for Fallout New Vegas. I think if you're interested, if you're like, oh, I've already played Fallout New Vegas, or I'm not interested, I'm only here for History or War Thunder. Reminder that literally a child that was shouting advertisements for Mick and Ralph's stared at me, started screaming screeching the Mick and Ralph's tagline to the point where my ears started bleeding. So I literally smacked him across the fucking jaw with a police baton. And he immediately shut up, and it was probably one of the funniest moments on stream we've had in weeks. Oh, does it really, Deathheart? Well, I don't have the money to pay for that, so... The Legion can count on that. Yeah, I agree. The Rumaboos will pay. Ah, yes, child beating. We've all done it before. True, I agree, yeah. It's a natural part of adulthood. I beat children as a child, and now I beat children as an adult. Nothing's changed. I don't know why I'm suddenly being arrested for it. I gaze upon 3 realms. Oh my god, every Pantheon deity is just a Twitch streamer. If I'm being honest, I don't mean to over-exaggerate. There are a billion VTubers. We're at the point where there are as many VTubers as there are stars in the sky. But unironically, I think I am actually the only Egyptian VTuber god. Yo! Thank you for the 100 bits, Deathheart. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I think I am unironically the actual only, like, Egyptian god VTuber. Because, like, yeah, Victoria kind of is, like, she's definitely a representation for Apep or Apophis, but she doesn't really lean into it. She's just kind of more like a sussy, galactic, massive snake that eats planets. Not really a god so much as, like, an entity, kind of like Galactus. Like Galactus, I don't think is a god. I don't know. I don't read comic books. I'm not a nerd. I don't think he's a god though, because he can die. So yeah. And then Tricky Wee is just a harpy dragon. As much as I like Tricky Wee, and I like them both. Maybe one day one of them will notice me, and then Victoria can eat me. I will allow it for like one evening, and then I have to rise again the next day. Earth needs sun. But she is literally a sun eater and I'm a sun. She's a snake, I'm a bird. It just feels right, you know? It's nature. At that point, let's be honest. All I'll say though is like almost every Egyptology student or every Egypt kid these days got it started because of either A, the mummy, or B, Prince of Egypt. There is no in between. There is no other option. Yeah, I think she's just a cosmic entity. Like, not a god, just a cosmic entity. Just a massive fucking creature. With 2 massive fucking creatures on her chest. Started reading the Kane Chronicle series. What's that? Fucking loved The Mummy. Everyone loved The Mummy. It came with your human media enjoyment chip that was implanted by the government when you were born. Percy Jackson, but Egypt. I wish, dude. What's your opinion on Egyptian mythology on a scale of wow, cool mythology to Greek mythology of holy shit? How would you rate it? I would say Egyptian mythology is probably one of the most diverse and interesting mythologies out of literally any mythology in world history. Quite literally. And that's something that'll happen when you have 5,000 years, or not 5,000, 3,000 years to develop your fucking religion, you know? 3,000 uninterrupted years of developing your religion will do that. I would say ancient Egyptian's more interesting than Greek, frankly. In comparison, Greek feels pretty fucking plain. But I got started with Stargate. Okay, I will admit I didn't forget Stargate. That is also another one. Stambo, welcome in, by the way. That one is also acceptable, without a doubt. Yo, thank you for the follow, Darth Maul. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? I've actually never seen Stargate. Oh, Kane Chronicles is Percy Jackson, but Egypt. I might have to check that out then. That sounds kind of neat. I don't know, but ancient Egyptian aesthetic is all over the place even without the mummy. That's because it was a big part of pop culture in the 90s. It had a revival.
Sun Tzu said that.
He sure did. I kind of find Shinto mythology more interesting. Yeah, that's why I said ancient Egyptian is one of. It's just merely my opinion. Shinto can be pretty interesting, though. Egyptian? That's me! Wait. I know you. I know you followed me, but I felt like you've been getting plenty of attention, so I was like, I'm not gonna make it known that they follow me, because I'm not a bottom. I refuse. Okay, well now you're following me here, so welcome to the cult. In exchange for trying to legitimize me as a bottom, I will be taking your organs. So pick one, actually no, pick two for this infraction that you don't like. Otherwise, you're getting cursed as shit, buddy. You'll become the bottoms you follow unless you offer a gift of 2 organs. Hara's a Switch, thank you. And not a Switch 2 with like OLED, so it don't cost $500. Let's be honest. It's just crazy. Never, all right. You're gonna get cursed for each organ. Your bloodline is forever fated to be bottoms. There's your first curse. Your second curse is that any show that you absolutely enjoy or movie that you enjoy that is perfect for you will not get a second season or a sequel, no matter how good it is, how well it performs, and how much you like it. So yeah, there you go. Major curse. Not my Squid Games. Yeah, your Squid Games. It only gets terrible sequels? No, not even that. Like, you just straight up don't get to see it. I feel like seeing a terrible sequel is still better than seeing nothing at all. Because, like, the really dedicated fans that really like the first season will watch it. And then they'll, like... Yo! Thank you so much for the $2, Nocturnal. Thank you, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you for the super chat. But what about us power bottom? I mean, that would be close. But no, I'm definitely a Switch. Look, sometimes I'm a brat and I want to be held down like a brat because it's funny and fun. And then on the opposite end, sometimes like you just gotta ruffle their tail feathers, you know? It's fun to do that sometimes. I got lost, ended up on YouTube. Oh, that's totally understandable, Bunky. Brats are fundamentally bottoms. Wrong! I have bottom traits. I'll give you that. Like, I can't do math. Well, the history focus and the model looks awesome. The aesthetic also gives me Art Deco vibes. Well, thank you so much, Stambo. I'm glad you like it. This is actually one of my 2 outfits. If you're newer here, you haven't seen it, but we also have a punk rocker outfit. Actually, I'll swap to it for 3 seconds so people can see it. Give me a moment. All right. Let me make sure it even still works. I haven't used it since the, oh no, it does not work. Okay. I'll have to work on that. My eyes are extremely open. Like, to an insane degree. Okay, give me a moment. I might be able to at least, like, fix that in, like, a half a second. Yeah, it is. Holy shit. There we go. Okay, yeah, I just gotta fix that. All right. All right. There we go. So yeah, this is like my punk rocker Sukebon outfit. Because I'm a big punk new metal head. So another part of my tomboyishness, I guess. So if that's your thing, I also love talking that kind of music. And we had a whole big degree thing for it. A whole debut and stuff for it. It was a lot of fun. It was really neat. So yeah, that's your thing too. Well, this one will pop out on occasion. It's just we've got the newer, updated 2.0. So we've been sticking around with that one lately. All right, I'm gonna swap back into my regular clothes. Chat doesn't get to see shit. That costs extra. Implying I'd ever do anything like that though, like for real.
So I'm sitting there, Lunchables pizza sauce on my titties.
Yeah, so what? Can I have hobbies? That thigh gap though, look, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've got an absolute territory. You can cook fondue in it and it's radioactive. So what's the downside? You're like a modern archaeologist adventurer. You're kind of right, Koi. It kind of does in a way. I kind of look, I'm not gonna lie, now that I think about it, I kind of look like Shia LaBeouf from the Crystal Skull movie, but like way more stylish and pretty and is equally crazy. I gotcha. See you, Shashka. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hope to see you on Saturday at 8 p.m. CST for a Fallout New Vegas playthrough. A continuation of it. Absolute Territory by Ken Ashcorp starts playing. It's true, that's what I was referencing. Damn, literally Chernobyl, actually though. Correct! Okay, what time are we at? I had to move my thing. Okay, oh shit, I'm actually really late. Okay, so the way this works is we usually yap for the first hour and a half, and then I take a quick 5-minute break and run a pre-roll ad so you guys don't get, or I run an ad so you guys don't get nasty pre-rolls. But I have 10 minutes over because we are past halfway. So I'll be right back, friends. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break so I can go fry chicken in the bathroom, get some water, and queue up our videos. And when we get back, we'll watch the history videos that I have set up for you guys today. You might be thinking, Hara, you only picked 2 20-minute videos. How the hell are you gonna make those last? I promise I'm gonna be pausing a lot and talking over them. Sorry if you don't like that. I feel like I have to compulsively add stuff to the videos. Otherwise, it's not really a react. It's just stealing content. So, all the yapping out of the way. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I will know if you leave. And if you leave, I will curse you so fucking hard, bro. You ever see the movie It Follows? It's gonna be like that, but it's gonna always be like a fire ant that wants to crawl in your urethra. So that means like, it's a slow ass ant, but for the rest of your life, you're gonna have to run away from this ant. And like, if you fall asleep for 8 hours, it's gonna fall into your dick hole and bite the inside of your weenie. So, unless you want that, that's one of my most powerful curses. Unless you want that, you better stick around when I get back. Yep, I'll be watching. I'm always watching, worshiper. I'm always watching. Oh, hey, Astronomical Gamer, welcome in. So, we're watching two videos today. The first video is gonna be from Simon Whistler, which is this one on here, which is about Pancho Villa. To give my quick opinion, I like Simon Whistler. I think he's a really good narrator. But I would not use him as a historical source or any form of historical fact for obvious reasons. I'd held it to a vote in the Discord between if we wanted to do biographics, which is what we're going to be watching because that's what was voted for, or the video on Pancho Villa by the Great War, and this one was voted. So we're picking this one. And the video after this is much more historically grounded and much more interesting in my opinion. I still am really interested in this one though. And that is on how 9/11 ended American pop culture. So that ought to be a really interesting video to watch. Hi Francium, how you doing? Welcome in. Also, Dan Backslide, welcome in. I want to let you know that was, okay, I'm gonna be honest with the new chatters. I need to be honest. I am a historian, that is true. I do work as a curator, that is true. Most of the things that come out of my mouth about history is true. I also, however, love to gaslight. That is true. And that entire tangent I went on about the Zimmerman telegram and the origin of enchiladas was absolute bullshit. So do not take any of that as actual, like, historic reality, I guess is the best way to put it. Hara is invoking people infallibility, true. Hey Hara, what's your model based on? Hey Jordan, so if you're curious, my name is Hara Rae Sol. I am an Egyptian peregrine sun goddess, peregrine like the falcon. I am the combination of Horus and Ra, known as Ra-Harakti, in ancient Egyptian mythology, and that makes me the goddess of the sun, sky, and kingship, sometimes war, depending on the era. I ride Monjet across the sky, carrying said sun. Some depictions I am the sun. Sometimes I'm combined with Atum to be Atum Ra, and be the creator god. So there's a lot of variables. I'll just go whatever with is cutest to you. So, historian lied, unbelievable. I know, right? Also, I just completely realized I missed shouting you out. Jojo Sia, welcome into the cult. Hope you enjoy your stay. Love the name. Hi, Armor Plays, welcome in. So, the way that this works is we're gonna watch this video. How is your model animated in real time as you, speak? So the way this works, Sebastian, is there's a VTube studio which runs to a webcam. It's a program, and it reads my facial movements and my body movements, and translates them to this cute 2D model, this little bird girl. My bird self on the internet, which is then transmitted telepathically through ancient Egyptian magic to your eyeballs for your viewing pleasure and your audible displeasure, honestly. So, painstakingly hand animated for a live audience. You're not wrong. I spent a lot of money for this form, okay? I had to sell some of the early cult's livers for this. But anyway, as I was saying, the way this is gonna work is, I'm sorry if you hate people that pause videos, but we're going towards more a historical analysis for these kind of things. So we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna pause sometimes to either A, make a joke, B, talk about what he's talking about and add more onto it, or C, talk about what he's talking about and correct it. So that will be a common occurrence if that happens. I'm sorry. I know that it can be really annoying for some people to pause videos, but I hate the idea of being the cringe react content creator that just watches a video and goes, haha, that's crazy, instead of actually adding things to it, you know? Because I don't like stealing content. You know, Simon Whistler worked hard for this. The channel we're gonna be watching after this worked hard in this, and I'm not gonna steal their shit. Yeah, I know, we haven't started the video yet, but thank you for letting me know. So there will be pauses, probably pretty frequently. We have two like 20-minute videos, And we're probably gonna get through both, but it's probably gonna take about an hour, maybe a little bit longer. So just letting you know, that way, that is the reasoning. So I'm so sorry if you're like, oh my God, will this dumb fucking bird stop cawing in my ear? I'm trying to listen to Simon Whistler talk about, I don't know, Sonic and Rouge fan fiction. I'm sorry, but I'm just too interested to not yap. I'm also like really big into history, so I'm gonna be loud about it. I'm gonna be excited about it, and I might overshare. So some people say it's cute. I think it's weird, but I'm glad that people find it a little cute. So I will be likely doing it, especially if something like just kind of hits my brain right. Yeah, but stealing content's way easier to make money or something. I don't know. I don't make content. You're not wrong. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So this video is titled Pancho Villa, Robin Hood, a Ruthless Terrorist. This is by Simon Whistler. Well, it's by Biographics, one of Simon Whistler's 5 billion satellite channels. So if you want to watch more of his videos, Biographics is a lot of stuff. It's a lot of surface level stuff, kind of Wikipedia level. And it's not always right either, because he uses a host of different writers and people get things wrong, and his opinion is rather uninformed. As much as I like Simon Whistler, I don't mean that in a mean way. It just is what it is. So I would not use him as some kind of like historical expert. The only people that we really watch in here that I would recommend them as historical experts is Sean Munger, which you have not checked him out on YouTube, please fucking do. He only gets like 50, 60,000 views per video, and his stuff is incredible. It is heavily sourced. He lists his sources. He is an actual professional historian. He works as a history teacher. He deserves your view. And I will shill him until the day I die. So, all right. Let's go ahead and get started. Robin Hood never existed. True, but they do believe that there might have been a Robin Hood-like figure. Welcome in, Sephirina, by the way.
Video is brought to you by Scribd. Get 30 days for free by clicking the link in the description below.
Alrighty, let's get started.
Pancho Villa was one of the most divisive figures in history. To millions, he was the
And let me know if I need to turn it up or down or anything. We're gonna keep it a little quiet.
Who kills
just in case I need to talk over it.
What is without a doubt is that he rose from
but also it's
beginnings
really
to
loud in
become
my headphones.
one of the most
so
famous Mexicans in history, playing a vital role in the decades that shaped modern Mexico. In this week's Biographics, we discover the real story.
You being a bird and having a
Pancho Villa.
hooge makes so much more sense now. I know, right? It also bounces when I blink.
There's a lot of mystery surrounding the early life of the man who became Pancho Villa. Most historians believe that he was born on the
Jesus
5th of June,
Christ, this is like old
1878
Simon
in the
Whistler
tiny
too,
village
like,
of
or I mean
Rancho
young
de
Simon
la
Whistler.
Colorada in the
There's no
state of
white in his
Durango,
beard.
Mexico. His
He looks
birth
very
name
like
was
young and
Jose
clean cut. It's funny.
Doroteo Arango
Which is weird because he's
Arangula.
bald and
When he
both,
was
but
a
he
few
looks
years
more
old, his
clean cut
father,
here.
Agustin Arango, died. This meant that Doroteo, the oldest of 5 children, had to start working on the hacienda. Getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, he
They
had
have
to walk
great
10
chips.
miles
I
to
love La
start work at
Hacienda.
5. His work consisted of planting corn and running errands. Villa later claimed that he never attended a day of school in his entire life. When not working, he liked to play cards and was often getting into fights.
To be fair though, this was like 1890. I'm pretty sure like 1880s. And so when he says like he didn't attend school, that's like, that doesn't, to be honest, that doesn't really mean a whole lot like during this time period. Not attending school in like 1880 is like not attending Sunday school. You're not really learning anything there past like your ABCs and how to like not be illiterate. But it's not like you're like working on like boxed algebra or logarithmic equations. It's like the extent of it is like, here's how to read a book. And here's like basic math. And that's about it. Quite literally. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you're not really missing out a whole lot by not finishing school or even starting it really. The only difference is like you like have like a bit more of a higher chance to be illiterate.
With his peers. During his teens, he held a number of odd jobs, including a mule skinner, bricklayer, and a butcher. Then, at the age of 16, he moved to Chihuahua for work. The story goes that 2 years later, he returned to his hometown.
It really was, Vaz.
Down a man named Augustin.
You learned through life experience back then and not fucking dying of some horrible disease as an infant, so
is said to have set him on his life of crime. He fled to the Sierra Madre Mountains and joined a group of bandits.
Oh my god! Fallout New Vegas reference! That's a chat. Look, it's a Fallout New Vegas reference. Oh my god. Holy shit, bro. Can you believe it? I can't believe American history has Fallout New Vegas in it. Great game, by the way. Blows my fucking mind, dude. I wonder if we'll talk about the poison clouds.
His name to Pancho Villa. The bandits, who numbered between 40 and 50 men, raided the ranches of the wealthy.
I feel less stupid for thinking something similar. Well, then you're gonna fit in here great.
They trained as guerrilla fighters. Their reputation.
He went to Sierra Madre early level. Pancho Villa didn't know. He has a gun build. He has a gun build. All the humanity. He went into level 10 with a gun build. He's so cooked, chat. He's got his AirPods in. He's got his Pip-Boy pods in. He's so fucked. He doesn't know about the gas. Or the collar.
Them as
that shit gives me fucking PTSD. Our Fallout New Vegas playthrough, that is the only DLC we're skipping because of that shit.
In 1902, Villa was captured by the police. According to the practice of the times, he was inducted into the Federal Army. He spent several months in the army and then deserted, heading back to the hills to rejoin his gang. Around this time, he actually killed an army officer, which made him one of the most wanted men in northern Mexico.
He probably did try to pull out all the gold.
10,000 pesos was placed on his head. Pancho became the leader of his bandit group and continued to lead increasingly violent raids upon the wealthy. Legend says that he would risk
good God, yeah, same here.
walking through the streets of Chihuahua to distribute money to the poor. In so doing, he won the loyalty of the people who helped protect him from the authorities. In 1910, Mexico seemed to be a model of democratic stability. Porfirio Diaz had been the president for 30 years, and the country was celebrating 100 years of independence. But Diaz ruled with an iron fist, and the elections that were held every 4 years, they were just a facade in order to appease foreign governments. 90% of people in Mexico lived in poverty. Since 1906, there have been a number of worker rebellions against the conditions that they were forced to exist.
Yeah, I feel like it's really easy to have a 30-year quote-unquote democracy when 90% of the population is so poor they can't afford shoes. Just gonna be honest. Oh, they're gonna march in the streets? All right, go get a bunch of glass bottles and smash them on the street. They can't afford shoes. Like... We'll be fine. Revolution over. Like, that's pretty fucked, honestly. No wonder it worked for so long. What are the people gonna revolt with? Like subsistence farming? Like, they can barely subsist themselves. Like, how are they gonna feed an army? You know what I mean? So, we're hitting points where it's kind of funny to talk about. Yo, thank you for the follow, Cheese Man. Welcome to the cult.
Each one had been forcibly put down.
Can't even walk to go vote? Exactly!
Writing against this regime, including a man named Francisco Madero. He decided to run for president in 1910.
The guy kind of looks like a dog. And I don't mean that in a mean way.
President Diaz had Madero arrested.
It's the mustache beard combo.
Went ahead, and Diaz was re-elected for the 7th time. Madero managed
Imagine getting elected 7 times.
To the United States. From there, he began.
That would never happen in the modern world, right?
Meanwhile, down in Chihuahua,
in the modern world, like nobody would ever, get elected to a quote unquote democracy 7 times, right? Yeah. That's an old thing, right? Humanity has moved past that. That died out, 100 years ago when that happened, right? Right? Please tell me you guys made literally any progress. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Established a kind of reputation as this Mexican Robin Hood
model democracy, 30 years president for sure. That's what I mean, JoJo. There's no way that's a model democracy. If he rules with an iron fist for 30 years, that just sounds like dictator light.
Supporter of Francisco Madero by the name of Abraham Gonzalez. By
great name.
With Madero, Gonzalez told Pancho that he would be able to reinvent himself as a legitimate man of the people. Villa agreed, and he threw the support of his bandit group behind this revolutionary cause. By now, Pancho had developed a strong hatred for the Diaz regime, along with the landowners and the police who had been hunting him for more than a decade. He and his men brought skills to the revolutionary cause that had been honed over years of raiding, fighting, and evading the authorities. In battle, Pancho fought like a man possessed, and now that he had an established cause, he was even more ferocious. He also proved himself to be a master of military tactics, brilliantly marshalling his small band against much larger governmental forces. On one occasion at the Battle of Escobas, Pancho put hats upon planted sticks in order to fool the opposition into thinking that he had a much larger army than he actually did. By the beginning of 1911...
Okay. I have to ask how stupid you are to fall for that. So, to put in perspective, I only know this because I was actually researching this earlier this week. I think the average fighting distance, so obviously for modern day, like average like engagement distance is actually like a mile or a little under a mile or something like that. Even in World War II, the average engagement distance was only like 100 meters. And this is pre-World War II. So everyone's got like bolt action rifles, probably riding on horses. How do you not figure that out fast enough? Like, how do you not see or figure that out? You know what I mean? Like, they're practically probably fighting nearly on top of one another. And half the guy's army is sticks. Like, I mean, it is a great army because if you think about it, who would win? A U.S. soldier, or I guess a Mexican soldier, or a stick? What do you think, chat? Actually, mod, put up a vote. Put up a vote, mods. This is gonna be serious. Put up a 1 minute vote on who chat thinks would win, a stick or a trained government soldier. Yeah, or even 1 trillion Marines versus a stick. True. Can we get a mods? I don't think mods are here. While we wait on mods. Yo, thank you for the follow, sign-ons. Welcome into the cult. How you doing today? Took me a minute. Thank you, Gear. I also want to mention there's a new thing that Twitch added. And I'm gonna run a little thing. I just did it, you nut? I am a nut, that's true. That's why you can milk me. Not actually, I'm a bird. You can't do that. These are just for display. Good, let's go. As I was saying, so I'm gonna like remind you guys, Twitch added a brand new thing. This is just for Twitch people. If you are on YouTube and have a Twitch account, you can do this as well. So something that's super cool is that Twitch just added a new leaderboard for whoever can get the most views on a clip in a month. So I'm gonna make a deal with you guys. I'm gonna watch that leaderboard this month, right? And whoever gets the most views, over 150 views on a Twitch clip of me, will receive $20. How about that? $20 just for making a clip and sharing it around. Okay, consider the man with stick. Okay, I don't think. Okay, Gear. Not only my mods are failures. My mod legitimately did not even get the basic of. Okay, Gear. You look so dumb right now, buddy. You can just tell Gear wasn't paying any attention based off of the poll. That's crazy. That blows my mind. My own mods don't watch my stream. No, it's fine. It's fine, dude. Supposed to be a trained Mexican soldier versus a stick. Not a man with a stick, you nut. With emphasis, disdain. Anyway, as I was saying, if you can get over 150 views and you are number 1, you'll get $20 from me. So there you go. All you do is make the clip something funny and share it around and get 150 views. So anyway, as I was saying, if you voted anything but stick, you're wrong, because man breaks stick, and then you have 2 stick. Stick win every time. So yeah, there you go. There's your argument. What, you break the 2 sticks into 2 more sticks? Now you have 4 stick. Now you're at a bigger disadvantage. You lose. Thank you for the follow, Astronomical Gamer 69. Welcome into the cult. Hey, Wyatt. Just a random ass dude with a stick. Yeah, it's like some guy from like Russia just teleported like a back room into the middle of a fight with Pancho Villa, and all he gets is a branch. Anyway.
Though that army, it had grown.
Joke's ruined!
And it was racking up decisive victories.
Boo! Boo this guy! Why?
It was a challenge to the revolutionary leadership of Madero from the ultra-radical Mexican Liberal Party. To put down the challenge, Madero turned to Pancho, who moved in and arrested the leaders of the party. A grateful Madero
That was
rewarded
something, it
Villa
sure
by
was.
making
But
him
thank you
a
for
colonel
following
of
twice
his
and joining
revolutionary army.
us over on
In May
Twitch TV.
1911, Madero's 3,000-strong force, with Villa at the forefront, laid siege to the border city of Ciudad Juarez. The town was guarded by 500 federal troops, along with 300 civilian auxiliaries and local police. The fighting went on for 2 days, and at the end, the federal police surrendered. On May the 25th, with his armies being defeated and public opinion unanimously against him, President Diaz resigned and...
Probably a smart idea.
A free and fair election was held in which Francisco Madero was elected president. Madero, he signed the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez, by which the federal army would remain in place. He therefore disbanded the rebel army.
You're probably not
and
wrong,
ordered them to
Monarch.
return to their pre-war lives. Madero allowed the structure of the Diaz government to remain. To Pancho Villa, this was a fatal error, and he let his feelings be known. He told Madero, "You, sir, have destroyed the revolution. It's
Ouch.
simple. This bunch of dandies have made a fool of you, and this will eventually cost us our necks, including yours."
I'm pretty sure I heard that song while getting margaritas last week. Yo, thank you for the follow, Chaos Archive. Welcome into the cult.
Land to veterans of the struggle as payments for the services they rendered. Villa became increasingly critical of Madero's actions, especially his putting a former supporter
That sounds
of
really
his
cool,
President
Anubis.
Diaz as Minister of War. Even more outspoken was a fellow revolutionary leader by the name of Pascual Orozco. In March of 1912,
Yeah, it was definitely a
Orozco
force
led
of
a
all
rebellion
time,
against
Monarch.
the
You're not
regime.
wrong.
Madero called on Villa to put it down. Despite being urged by Orozco to...
Why didn't the
join
government
revolt,
use its
Pancho
superior
led his
air
army of
power? Are they
400
stupid? They had the
in
stuff
conjunction
back
with
then.
federal
Trust?
forces
Yeah, I don't
in
understand why they didn't
series
just use their
of
blimp.
decisive victories that quashed the rebellion.
Where was the
Following
Mexican, the
victory
famed
against
Mexican
Orozco,
Zeppelin
Diaz
fleet?
joined up with federal militia in the city of Torreon.
You know,
in
like the
state of
ones from like
Coahuila.
Red
The
Alert?
federal
That's what
commander,
Red Alert
General
modeled their
Victoriano
Zeppelins
Huerta,
off of, was the
detested
Mexican
Villa.
ones
He
using
was
the
initially
Mexican, that
welcomed
they
with
should have
showers
used in the
of
Mexican
praise,
War.
awarding him an honorary generalship. But the pleasantries, they didn't last long, with Huerta accusing Pancho of stealing a horse.
That does sound really
With
cool
his honor
here.
in question, Villa responded by slapping the general. This was the pretext
Based!
that Huerta was after, and he promptly had Villa arrested and charged with insubordination. An execution by firing squad was ordered. Word of this affair reached President
Powered by
Madero, who
horchata.
telegraphed Huerta and ordered him to not execute Villa, but to keep him as a prisoner. Villa was sent to Bellum prison in Mexico City.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Gary Kenny. Welcome into the cult. Hope you enjoy your
In
stay.
June, he was transferred to a prison in Santiago. 6 months later, though, he escaped,
Santiago.
jumping on board a train bound for the United States. On January the 2nd, 1913, he arrived in El Paso, Texas. While in
I just want to say I've been to 3 cities in Texas on vacation, and El Paso was by far the most boring one. Just saying. Not as bad as Texarkana, but pretty bad.
prison, Pancho had learned of a planned coup against Madero. He attempted to get a warning message through to the president, but it
That
didn't
was like
arrive
the
in
only
time.
city I've been
On
to where it
February
was like, what do you guys
22nd,
do for fun? And they were like, we got a
Madero was gunned down
Whataburger.
on the
And I'm
orders of
like,
General Huerta,
that's it?
and he had come so
That-
close
that-
to
that's
executing
it?
Villa just a
Y'all
year
even have like a
earlier.
bowling
Huerta
alley?
now installed himself as the new president of Mexico. Villa was incensed at this series of events. Even though he had become disillusioned with his actions upon gaining power, he still viewed Madero as the apostle of democracy.
El Paso,
and his
El
personal
Paso,
role model.
Texas.
Now
I
that
agree.
Huerta, his personal enemy, was in power, he knew that he had to return to Mexico. He indeed felt that the mantle of completing the dream of democracy that Madero had instilled
Hey,
in
look,
him
at least it's not
was
Dallas
now
or Houston.
on his shoulders. Okay, so now just before we get
Oh,
into
I'm so
Villa's
sorry, Death
really
Heart.
brutal phase of life, it's time for me to quickly tell you about Script. Script
No!
provides you with a huge
Ew,
library of books,
that's a long
audiobooks,
ad.
magazine, and like I say, for sponsoring this video, and except for the wealthy businessmen who were sort of relieved by this return to order, the vast majority viewed Huerta as a jackal who had stolen the presidency. In March of 1913, Pancho Villa returned to Mexico.
Yo, thank you for the
intent on
follow,
avenging
5
the
Dark
murder of Madero
Elves.
and relieving his
That
country
sounds
of the
menacing,
tyranny
but like in kind of
Huerta.
a
He later recalled, that night
enticing
I had
kind of
8 men
way.
with me, and we had no definite plan, but had decided to make for my old haunts in the Sierra Madre Mountains.
What did
where-
Dallas or Houston do? Gamer, have you ever driven through DFW? That is what Dallas did. And then from what I understand, like, Houston, even though I've never been to Houston, Houston is supposedly, like, according to everyone else, like, the worst place to be if you're anywhere in Texas.
I knew I could find men to
5 Dark
follow me.
Elves,
We had one
burger
sack
and
of flour,
fries,
2
fuck
small
yeah.
packages of coffee and some salt. That was all our food supply. Of course, we were all well armed, but had little ammunition. Villa's small bands began making lightning raids upon the federal forces that were garrisoned in northern Mexican towns and forts. Slowly,
That's the
they were
reason.
able to accumulate the arms and supplies that they needed.
So we're
Within a
watching
week-
a short video on Pancho Villa, and then we're watching one on how 9/11 killed American pop culture. So
Villa's bands had
one
grown
that's
to
kind
more
of
than
interesting
100
and
men,
funny
within
and
3
lighthearted, and the
months, it
next
had
one is really
morphed into
depressing.
A
So
legitimate army of 18,000 troops. In battle, Villa proved to be ruthless. His standard policy was to kill prisoners. A lucky few would only be spared by the intervention of his lieutenants. In contrast to this brutal side
can I
of
just say, can we bring back these old like? Hold on.
18,000 troops. In battle,
Can we bring back these fucking badass like bandolier belts? Those are so fucking sick. Like I know they're not really needed because these are like for like lever actions where you have to like you don't really have a magazine. Well, if you do, I guess it's like kind of internal. But like those look so fucking sick. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Joey. Welcome into the cult. Like that goes hard as fuck, man. Like sure, like you take a 9mm round to the crotch, or not to the crotch, I guess, to the waist, and you're blowing up like a Christmas tree, but it's pretty sick. Like that's a fit, dude. All I'm gonna say is, men would be more attractive if they dressed like that. I don't care if you live in like Croatia. Why don't you wear a sombrero and like 3 gun belt bandoliers? What's stopping you? I'm not Mexican, but we used to be a country. We used to be a country is all I'll say. We used to be a country. Everyone had a big old cup of horchata, a big sombrero, and 3 fucking bandolier belts of 45.70. Like, what happened? What happened? Hurrah! Welcome in, Joey. How you doing? Does a 40mm grenade bandolier count? In a way. Really? That's pretty cool gear. I didn't know that. And they didn't dress like that? Wow. They probably knew that you were a tourist and that you were coming, so they decided to, dress down. A hot sun goddess told me to, actually, though.
Villa proved to be ruthless. His standard policy was to kill prisoners. A lucky few would only be spared by.
Because a massive round looks like lipstick. You're not wrong. They are massive.
Nature, though, Pancho had a strong social conscience. For 2 months in 1913, he held the position of governor of Chihuahua. He expropriated lands from the wealthy to distribute to the poor, opened several schools, and
that guy's scary
laws to protect
looking.
widows and orphans. On Christmas Day 1913, he gathered the poor.
Seems
of
like a good
Chihuahua
guy, though.
together and gave them each 15 pesos. By such actions, he became the hero and the savior of the.
Okay, that is a very good and nice thing to do. It's just funny to think about where it's like half your family died and your houses were burned down and you were shoved into a mission halfway across Mexico. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Here's $5. Here's $5. Here's $5. I'm so sorry. Hopefully this will pull you out. Hopefully that'll make up for everything. Here's your $5. That's the equivalent of like $50 today. Yeah, but it still doesn't fix anything. Oh my god, I love binging with Babbage. I know, right, Seamoosey? I totally agree, dude. I'm wondering when he's gonna start getting to cooking the dish. He's been talking for like 30 minutes. Well, it's more like 20, but been talking for like 20 minutes and I haven't seen like a hint of food yet. I don't really know when it. Yeah, exactly. The intro's too long. I don't like it. I don't know what happened. Also, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't know. Thank you for the follow, Seamoosey. Welcome to the cult. Here's $5. Buy yourself a sombrero and a gun holster. It's like he actually hands over the $5 and like the mom with like 4 kids is like, this will only feed my family for like a meal and a half. And he's like, well, why would you buy food with it? You're supposed to go buy yourself a bullet bandolier belt and a big ass fucking sombrero. Like, what are you, stupid? You're not going to be able to get any 45-70 rounds. You have to go beg to somebody else for that, but at least go get you a bandolier. You look ridiculous. Like,
Underclass. By 1914, Villa had control over the northern part of Mexico, handing over the governorship to
$5,
his lieutenant, who
$168
began
today.
the
Okay, that
march
is actually a pretty good
south to
amount.
Mexico City, where Huerta sat in the presidential chair. As he swept south, he conquered everything in his way, gaining a reputation as the centaur of the north. By June,
But not
his
a
army
life
had grown to
fixer, exactly.
50,000, most of whom were
I mean, to
riding
be
on
fair, he did
horseback.
say
By
15
now, it was
pesos,
a
which I don't know what that
fully-fledged
translates
army
to
with
today,
mobile
but
hospitals and recruits
I
from other
can't
countries,
imagine it's
including
more than
the
like
United States.
$100
At the head
a
of
piece.
this, the largest revolutionary army in the
actually,
history
it
of
might.
the Americas stood Pancho
might be a
Villa,
couple hundred.
a leader with great charisma who at the same time earned the respect.
Someone put
and
that into
fear
a
of his
calculator.
men. Villa developed a military strategy that proved enormously successful. Day and night, he would pour a continuous frontal assault against the enemy line, supported by cavalry troops. The attacks were continually rolling, with troops at the front being replaced by those behind. This gave the defenders no time to rest, resulting in them almost always being overwhelmed by this sustained form of attack. Villa also established officers within his army similar to governmental departments. He had an Office of Foreign Affairs who were particularly focused on reaching out to President Woodrow Wilson for U.S.
It
aid.
is now,
His
Joey. I
financial
just don't know if
committee
it was at
made
that
contact with
time
wealthy
period.
landowners to assure them that they would not be mistreated once victory was achieved. The United States provided aid to the revolutionary cause through a roundabout means. Villa sold livestock and other products to the U.S., which provided the funds with which to purchase American weapons and ammunition. It was this flow of weaponry that enabled the rebel army to match up to the federal forces. In recognition of the aid being received from north of the border, Villa ensured that no American property was confiscated. Positive press in the American media resulted, with the Washington Times reporting in January of 1914 that Villa is carrying on a campaign of modern and humane warfare. The media, they sort of fell in love with
That is a statement. So I don't know if he touches on it this video. That is a very ironic statement that Villa is without the possibility of any doubt.
Villa is, without the possibility of any doubt, the greatest leader Mexico has ever had. His method of fighting is astonishingly like Napoleon's. Villa instituted some telling innovations in Mexican
Where
warfare.
was it?
He was the first to leave the women and children behind and force the pace of his army with raids marching far away from his base. He would abandon his supply trains and head far out in warfare. The media campaign
Yeah.
is modern and humane.
Yeah, this is a very interesting statement because there are two events on U.S. soil that causes an international incident from Pancho Villa, and this was in 1914. So this happened after these two events, where one, he holds up an American train and literally executes 16 American men in cold blood for their money. And then another one, he and his little band of goons go and raid a small town on the border in New Mexico and like slaughter like 8 people that are like women, children, and U.S. soldiers stationed there. So like, very ironic that the newspaper's like, oh, he's so humane. He's practically Greta Thunberg of warfare. And he's over here like literally like shooting 16 people execution style. Like, that's crazy, dude.
Warfare. The media, they sort of fell in love with Villa, with one editor writing, Villa is without the possibility of
You're
any
not
doubt
wrong,
the greatest
astronomical.
leader
You're not
Mexico
wrong at
has
all, but
ever
still,
had.
I wouldn't
His
call
method
that
of fighting
humane.
is astonishingly like Napoleon's. Villa instituted some telling innovations in Mexican warfare. He was the first to leave the women and children behind and force the pace of his army with raids marching far away from his base. He would abandon his supply trains and head far out.
So we can't read the shit. The Geneva Convention wasn't around at the time. Exactly, no excuse.
Became especially devastating to the enemy. In the spring of 1914, the 2 key cities of Torreon and Zacatecas were taken. These victories brought the regime to its knees, with Huerta fleeing into exile on July the 14th,
Yeah, Kilborn, I'm gonna be honest, dude. The reason that people liked Bonnie and Clyde was because they were attractive. That is literally it. The media romanticized them into being like these like cool gangster, like attractive lovers. And then people fell in love with the idea of Romeo and Juliet or Bonnie and Clyde, when really like they were just 2 giant fucking asshole punks that decided that holding up banks and killing people for no good reason was fun. Billy the Kid was wronged. I will say that Billy the Kid was also an asshole. It's just that everyone in the American West was an asshole. So, like, even the people we consider to be good guys and were, like, deputized and sheriffed, if that's even a word, or were sheriff, were people that often committed murder. So, the OG of the nuisance streamers, you're not wrong. People fighting against the system because it often makes cool stories, in my opinion. I think it's more like people just romanticize, like, larger than life figures, which is like Bonnie and Clyde or, God, what's his name? Scarface and Capone. Stuff like that. People romanticize that era, like that era of like mobsterism, for example, because there's like this romanticized like chivalrousness that is applied to it that wasn't actually there, and romanticism in the most literal sense, where it's like sexy and suave and has big money and like does what needs to get done to get like, you know, to make their way in the world, and that's like found endearing, when in reality they were just dickheads, quite literally, that had no qualms about killing people to make sure that they got rich. Gatsby would probably be a good example, or no. I'm gonna be honest, I read Great Gatsby and I sympathize with Gatsby a lot. I would say, I forget his name, but I would say this characterization applies more to the husband that what's-her-name marries instead of Gatsby. Because, like, he is a massive prick. Is his name Nick? I can never remember. No. Nick's the narrator. I'm pretty sure. Tom. Yeah, I think it's Tom. I'm pretty sure it's Tom. But Scarface is Al Capone's nickname. I know, but I was also about Scarface from the movie. Oh, interesting, Monarch. I've never heard of that either. It's really cool, actually.
14. The Federal Army collapsed, leaving the revolutionaries to fill the vacuum. Into the presidency now stepped Venustiano Carranza, a former hacienda owner who brought his forces into Mexico City ahead of Villa. Yet it was Pancho Villa who was the hero of the revolution. Wherever he went, people would yell out, "Villa! Villa!"
Thank you.
Villa and his fellow revolutionary leader Emiliano Zapata joined forces to oust Carranza, who they had never intended to take the helm. On December the 6th, 1914, Villa rode the
What a goddess can sneeze, the world don't make sense.
15,000.
Of course I do, I have a nose, don't I?
Had naturally fled the capital. Pancho Villa was now at the height of his power, wearing a navy blue suit and a cap with the...
Yeah, I really did jerk around in it. My tits went fucking everywhere.
The city as the masses turned out.
The Vtuber stereotype still fits.
Palace and sat on the presidential chair, but only long enough to have his picture taken. He never served as the president of Mexico, although he could have easily won an election at that time. A council between the various fighting factions
Can we boop your nose?
No. Consensus, and Villa continued to lead his army against pockets of rebellion. Alvaro Obregón was a supporter of Carranza, who won a series of decisive battles against Villa's army. Pancho was outsmarted by Obregón, and many of his men were killed. He was forced to retreat to his base in the northern Sierra Madre Mountains. In a few months of fierce fighting, the invincible army that had marched into Mexico City had been reduced to a ragtag mob of just a few hundred men. A change now came over Pancho Villa. His violent streak, it was fully unleashed. In San Pedro,
I keep reading streak
he
is
brought all
steak.
of the men in town into the middle of the town and killed them all.
He actually did go back to Sierra Madre.
Then in Santa Isabela, he shot several American miners. The Americans, they now distanced themselves from Villa and recognized the...
Oh, I guess it was after 1914 then. I could have sworn that...
March 1916, Villa, incensed that President Wilson had legitimized the Carranza government...
Yeah, I could have sworn that...
men across the border into the town of Columbus, New Mexico.
But the Pancho Villa raid happened before 1914, but I guess not.
Directions, shooting indiscriminately, as well as looting and burning buildings. Villa, however, had chosen the wrong town. The 13th U.S. Cavalry was stationed there with 4 machine guns.
Yeah, okay, it
and
happened in
400
1916. I'm just
soldiers.
dumb.
The majority of his men were killed, but Vere managed to get away, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The American response to the unprovoked Columbus attack was an overwhelming 10,000 troops being
I knew it was before World War One. I just thought that
objective of
I just thought that World War One. I didn't think there was enough time between the two. You know what I mean?
Led his troops along with Apache Indian scouts.
Patton was indeed it wasn't Patton. That's actually a I actually watched a video on it. Patton is misattributed to that picture. It actually wasn't Patton.
Every village that he went, Pershing would yell out, "Where is Pancho Villa?"
Because there's a photo with Pershing, and people attribute that to Patton, and it wasn't. It's just Pershing.
Army skirmished with Vere and his tiny bands.
It was Pershing, loser, but there's like a younger man next to him that people thought was Patton, and it turned out not to be. But welcome in. How you doing?
The reality, though, was that Pancho was still very much alive, though badly wounded and hiding out in a cave in the Sierra Madres. Pershing's expedition, it managed to capture weaponry and horses, but it failed in its objective of bringing Pancho in. With the Americans having withdrawn, Villa reverted to his guerrilla fighting ways. He still had the support of the people and was determined to continue fighting against Carranza's regime. Then, in 1920, with another coup in the offing, President Carranza was killed as he fled to the Gulf of Mexico with the national treasure. Villa saw this turn of events as his opportunity to come to a peace settlement with the new regime. He rode for 13 days to a city where he telegraphed the new president, Adolfo de la Huerta, requesting an amnesty. Huerta agreed, grateful that the threat of a
He was so far in hiding that he was 13 days ride away from the nearest town. Jesus Christ. That's actually insane. Like, 13-day ride? That is an insane amount of time in between his hiding spot. They would have never found his ass. They probably wouldn't find his ass today, let alone then. That's insane. Didn't Pershing end up taking Veracruz? I have no clue. I don't know a lot about this era of history.
Nullified.
Or this portion of this era of history.
Villa was given a 25,000-acre farm in Canatillo. He brought 200 of his men with him, who immediately got to work on improving the rundown property. In a short amount of time, this area was turned into a commune. It had a school, and it grew wheat and corn and bean crops that were able to support the large community. Villa got up each day to supervise the work and spend time in the schoolhouse. He hardly ever left the farm because he was fearful of being assassinated. On the morning of July the 20th, 1923, Villa did leave his ranch.
The one time, bro.
To visit one of his wives and to withdraw money to pay his workers. As his Dodge vehicle was driving through a deserted part of town, dozens of snipers opened up, filling the car with more than 40 bullet holes. 9 of these bullets
Good Lord!
Villa's body. His death was instantaneous. Yet even in death, Villa did not find peace. 3 years after his burial in Parral, his tomb was ransacked and the corpse was removed, with the head being cut off. Souvenir hunters also took pieces of the coffin and some of his bones.
I mean, did he say 3 years later is like, I don't mean to be insensitive, but is there even really a head to cut off? Can't you just, isn't it just bones at that point? Can't you just like, can't you just pull it off? I don't know if cut off is the right word. I think you just pick it up like a bowling ball. I think you just pick it up like a bowling ball. You just shove your 2 fingers in his eye holes and pull him up out of the thing. It's not really connected by anything at that point. Maybe it's got like some bugs in it, but that's about it. Hey, this is the guy that shot your Robin Hood. Enjoy your tanks? Yeah, pretty much.
In 2010, the Wall Street Journal reported that his right index finger was being offered at a pawn shop in El Paso.
Damn!
Price, $9,500.
That's cheap.
So I really hope you found that video
That's actually crazy cheap.
Give us a thumbs up below, and don't forget to subscribe. We've got brand new videos just like this several times a week. Also, check out our fantastic sponsor, Scribd. There's a link to them in the description below. And as always, thank you for watching.
Did Villa's skeleton have the mustache? I must know. Fuck the mustache. Did he have the bandolier? It's literally like Smitty Werber Jaegerman Jensen from the SpongeBob episode, but like instead of a hat, it's just three bandoliers and a thick ass mustache on a dingy looking skeleton. All right. So that was our first video. I hope you guys liked it. It was the kind of the intro one. That one's a little bit less thought-provoking, as I said. Some in Whistler stuff's a little surface level, so the best I can really do about it is just kind of make jokes. So our second one here is going to be a deep dive into the impact of 9/11 on American pop culture by Culture Kitsch. I don't know why the video is so blurry. So sorry about that. I apologize. But we'll just have to make do with what we've got. Because I've got it set to 1080p. It's not 1080p. So, yeah. This one ought to be interesting. I'm excited.
It was one of the darkest days in American history that ironically began as a clear, sunny day.
She's also a little
To add to
quiet.
the irony,
Hold on.
it was a sunny relief to the stormy weather of September 10th. It was the beginning of New York Fashion
The
Week.
bandolier of Pancho Villa. That would be sick.
Sat at the top of the Billboard Hot 100. Competition reality TV mainstay The Amazing Race had just premiered for the first time the week before, and NBC's must-see TV lineup, led by a plethora of shows based in New York City, was the television delight of millions, and the soundtrack for Mariah Carey's critically panned romantic musical drama Glitter had just
I
been
hope they give it to
released.
me. That'd be
Up
sick.
until 8:45 a.m., it was just another
It's
day.
probably dust
And
by
nearly
now, but it
60
would be
seconds
sick.
later, the world would never be or feel the same again. The immediate aftermath of September 11th found millions of Americans glued to their television screens, ingesting hours worth of gruesome footage of what once was. the Twin
Yes,
Towers
actually,
had
that
been
is something
apart.
interesting. MCR was created because of 9/11, and Twilight was created because of MCR, and then 50 Shades of Grey was created because of Twilight. So if you think about it in a way, all because of 9/11, we have 50 Shades of Grey. So that's another thing to stack on top of Osama bin Laden and why he is such a bastard. Because we're forced to all deal with the ramifications of 50 Shades of Grey inflicting upon the American cultural zeitgeist. Also, Forrest Gump 2 got canceled. That's not me gaslighting. I know I gaslight and lie a lot on here. That is not me gaslighting. Oh, you didn't have to moderate that one, Garrett. That one's fine. Hey, Suhigan, welcome in. Yes, that is actually true. And Forrest Gump 2 was unironically canceled. Not even kidding, because of 9/11. So, thank God. Look, nobody is happy it happened, okay? Nobody is happy. I want to reiterate. No one is happy, especially me. I am not happy that 9/11 happened. But to look at the silver lining, it did give us My Chemical Romance, which made 13-year-old me very happy. So I think we can look at the positive in that, just in my opinion. So, yeah. Just saying. Look, would I trade 9/11? Like, would I trade 9/11 for MCR? Like, 9/11 not happening for MCR? Wow, that's actually a hard argument. I mean, I'd trade one tower. Not two. Not two though. No. Not two. Not two. Not two. Whoa. Not two, okay? Not two. But yeah, probably one. I guess the last one. And you're asking, did it matter? To Daniel Tosh's uncle, it did.
Excellent!
That is not excellent. Oh, okay. I'm kidding, obviously. If you don't know, that's like almost word for word a Daniel Tosh bit. So that's why I said Daniel Tosh's uncle. But yeah. Not the excellent dude. But no, unironically, no, of course I would not. I would definitely trade My Chemical Romance to prevent 9/11. Like, as much as I love Helena and how much of a banger that song is, I would definitely trade it.
New York City skyline for more than 30 years at that point. Millions
But it was so
remained in a
massive, it
state
just
of
body
arrested
tanked it. It really
development,
did.
unsure of what to say or do or feel oscillating between anger, angst, sadness, and confusion. None of the usual comforts of pop culture felt all that comforting. Or
Also, thank you for the follow, Woozer. Welcome to the cult.
In the face of mass devastation. In fact, there was a heavy sense of apathy, with everything feeling frivolous and nothing really mattering, with a lot of news publications saying that the innocence was over. But to the U.S.
I
government,
know, right,
that couldn't
Baron?
become a reality because very soon after,
I mean, there are things that are
we were
happening
told
today that'll
to
be
get out of
history
our
in
houses,
24
spend money, go into
years,
a
and you'll look back
show,
on it and go, crazy,
try
I
and
lived
live
through
life
that. You know
like
what I
it was
mean?
September 10th. There was a call for everyone to go back to normal. But just remember, we're all Americans and we're all united, except for the ones that we deem as not being American.
Yeah,
enough.
actually,
And if we sit down and do
Vaz.
nothing, then the terrorists win. And 20 years later, the United States is still using that same
Hey,
playbook
Palace
of
Minerva,
smiling and
welcome in,
spreading
how you
some
doing?
trauma, as when faced with a global pandemic, it told its citizens
Wait,
to
Caps,
go
such a
back to
mood.
normal. It's a very there is no war in Ba Sing Se approach. From September 11th onward, the American pop culture sphere was
Damn
completely
right, this is a
changed,
cult, dude.
and
I
it's
rip
still
out organs and
experiencing
everything.
changes to this day.
I'll give you a
25
little
years
shtick at the
later.
end of
Hi,
stream.
I'm Bobby. This is Culture Kitsch, and today we'll be taking a deep dive into the impact of 9/11 on pop culture.
Awesome.
Disclaimer, this is a massive topic and I won't be able to cover every single
Oh,
facet
yeah,
of
giant
it
topic.
in this one video.
Hey,
but I will be
Balthros, welcome in.
linking
How you
the
doing?
sources that I use for research for this, as well as a lot of really great channels that have gone in depth into specific topics that we'll be talking about today.
Yeah,
So
this
if
is
you'd
going to be
like
more
to
of a
know
general
more,
look instead
all
of
that
looking at kind of like the
information will be down below.
micro
Also,
cultural
I am
societies
not
that were
here
kind
to
of
tell
affected
you
by
how
it.
to feel about the event of 9/11 and the ensuing aftermath of it. If you were alive to remember it and to have very strong feelings about it, this is
Yeah,
simply a
it really
cultural
did
overview.
Nocturnal.
We have
Honestly,
a
well,
personal
it depends.
anecdote.
It depends. For some, but the sad part is that 9/11 definitely took off the immigration spotlight off of some demographics. But I would say it highlighted immigration for other demographics, sadly. A lot of people don't know this. Well, I think a lot of people know it now, but up until like 5 or 6 years ago, not a lot of people knew about this. There was a giant wave of violence and racial hatred after 9/11 towards literally anyone brown-skinned. I think there was actually documented after 9/11 happened, 2 men in like Missouri or something like that got in their car and drove down the street, saw a Latino man, and shot and killed him to avenge 9/11. That is not a joke. I'm 90% sure that's accurate. Hold on. Let me find a source for that, for a claim such as that before I do that. So I'm gonna take a quick look at my big book of history real quick. He was either like he wasn't Muslim was the point. Let me see here. Here it is. I think I found it. He wasn't Latino, he was Sikh. That's what it was. Yep, here it is. All right. So I was able to find it. It was actually a Sikh man. It was not Latino. But again, you're really ignorant if you don't know the difference between someone that's Muslim and Sikh. It's very obvious. Almost as bad as like the difference between Muslim and Latino. Yeah, he was killed at the family gas station after 9/11. Sukhwinder's, I think I'm saying that right. Father was the first person believed to be killed in a supposed act of retaliation for the 9/11 attacks. His killer had reportedly declared that he wanted to go out and shoot some towel heads. Later, he would characterize the atrocity to police as an act of patriotism. The customer is vaguely familiar with the story. He was run the business for the last 2 decades. His son gets others questions like these from time to time. Yeah, I was at the gas station. It was a Mesa Star Chevron. Yeah, the Sikh owner stood next to a team of landscapers outside the gas station he built, trying to figure out where to plant some flowers, while a white man pulled up in a pickup truck and just point blank shot and killed him. just because he thought he was Muslim and wanted to get revenge for 9/11. So, yep. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Max4HVT. Sorry for the dark topic, but I hope you enjoy your stay. So yeah, there was a whole wave of violence, quite literally, post 9/11, where they just, a bunch of racist people got together and were like, we're gonna do the modern day equivalent of lynching in my state of fucking, like Alabama. Yeah, most of them did. Don't get me wrong. Most of them definitely got jail time for it. Almost every single one of them got thrown in prison. It's not that bad, but it was still really bad. Did those guys get jail time? Oh, I already read that. The Boston Marathon bombing reignited the violence too. You're not exactly wrong. Same thing with the Orlando shooting. Hey, you're a History VTuber too? That's really cool. I got you, cute. Thank you. I'll check it out in a bit. Yeah, honestly, the craziest part is that Sikh people, like, culturally are also, like, incredibly nice. Like, they really are. Like, to a crazy degree. Oh, yeah, and it also, yeah, that's a good point, Hegan, and that's not something I meant, is that Hegan is right, where it doesn't matter if they're Muslim or not, it's still not correct to do that, obviously. Isn't there still sundown towns? What do you mean by that, Palace? What do you mean by a sundown town? I'm assuming it's something along the lines of, like, if you're not white, don't be out after sundown. Like, as in, like, KKK stuff. But yes, there are, yes. The answer to that question, if that's, oh, people not white can't go out. Oh, yeah, pretty much, yes. That does exist, but it's like, it's not like Jim Crow era where it's like town of 5,000 people, you can't do it. It's like town of like 45 people, and they have like, and like 30 of them are part of the Klan kind of thing. In like rural Indiana or Illinois or Alabama kind of shit. So, no, it's all good, Hegan. You're doing great. Yeah, well, see, I like to say the Deep South, but the Midwest is pretty bad with it too. A lot of people don't know this, but the state with the highest number of KKK members as of a couple years ago, it might have changed since then, but as of a couple years ago, was Indiana. That is not a joke. And it's like by far, it's not even fucking close. I mean, the Klan is still decently active in Wisconsin. You're not wrong. The difference is, though, now is that the number of Klan members is like less than 500 or 600 nationwide. Like, there's barely any of them. What the hell? What is the Deep South other than hell? I'll be honest, like, as long as you're not in Mississippi or Alabama, it's really not that bad anymore. Like, there are definitely still more racist people in the South. As someone that lives in the South, there are definitely way more racist people, but they'll typically never be overt about it. Like, they'll never be overt about it anymore, unless you go to, like, deep rural Mississippi, deep rural Alabama, that kind of stuff, so. It was in the 10s at most. Yeah, actually, let me get back into my book. They do have, because, obviously the national KKK fuckers of America, the assholes of America, publicly post their numbers. Obviously that does not say that, like, that is the number of racists in the United States. There's definitely way more, even violent racists. But yeah. Also, apparently I was way off on that number. Let me see here. I want to see if the Wikipedia page has anything recent on the numbers. Let's see. As of 2013, as done by a study by the Southern Poverty Law Center, 5,000 to 8,000 nationwide. Which, like, is way more than I want it to be. 5,000 to 8,000 more than I want it to be. But in terms of like a $300 million or 300 million population country, that's like a speck of sand. Is way more than I thought. Yeah. Yep. It has been in a continued decline, though. Yo, thank you for the follow again. Welcome into the cult. Southern Poverty Law Center updated it, so let me see what it is right now. Okay, so as of 2023, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 official Klan groups. So there are 2 in Tennessee, sadly. My state, hate it. 1 in Arkansas, 1 in Illinois, 1 in Indiana, 1 in Pennsylvania, 1 in North and South Carolina, and then 1 in Alabama. Let's see here. Does it have numbers, like population? A lot of people agree, though, that even with that many numbers, like, they're pretty dead. Thank you for the follow, and Zero Sama. You are our second Sama, so welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the cult. But yeah, I would say these days that, like, the Klan is pretty dead. It's usually just white nationalist groups now. Thank you for the follow, Philip Mango. Welcome in. That is more of, like, the popular thing for among, like, far-rightists and racists these days. It's just neo-Nazi. It's not even, like, Nazi groups. It's just, like, white supremacist. And there is a difference. Yeah, 1 each for the Carolinas, yes. 1 for North Carolina, 1 for South Carolina. I don't know what you mean by that, Egan, but please take care. Oh, I'm assuming you mean blow your nose. Okay, yeah. Please don't commit self-harm, please. I'm sure that's not what you mean, but yeah. That's what I thought at first. I was like, No, it's good, it's good. I know you mean blow your nose now, because I forgot that you said you were sick, so it's all good. Official groups, they can be non-official groups. Also, what does a hate group? How does a hate group become official? So, like, the Klan actually has, like, it always has had, like, open, like, member numbers, I'm pretty sure, for 1. For 2, like, they're an actual, like, society, or, like, they consider themselves an actual organization. So they have official and unofficial branches. I think that's counting official and unofficial. But like I said, the Klan is pretty dead these days. 5,000 to 8,000 people is a lot more than I would hope for, but they're pretty dead. And that was 2013. That was 12 years ago, and the Southern Poverty Law Center admitted that it has declined heavily since 2023. So it could be anywhere from like a couple hundred to probably 1,000 at this point. But yeah, I would say that the Klan itself is dead. I'm not going to say that white nationalism obviously isn't dead. There are fucking Vtubers, for example, peddling great white replacement theory, for Christ's fucking sake. So it's definitely alive and well. They just don't identify with the Klan or like neo-Nazi groups anymore. It's more like, I don't know, they try to like push themselves and their racist as fuck theories as a little bit more like level-headed or logically backed when they're really not. They try to like seem less ideologically driven on the outside. And instead just covertly teach these theories and push these theories while not subscribing to an open, group, Thank you for the follow, Palace Minerva. Welcome into the cult. So yeah, on Twitch now. Well, thank you for following on both. Welcome in. Welcome back in. But yeah, sorry to go on such a long tangent, but yeah, white nationalism and racism and stuff like that is much more covert. And that is due to a progression of society and being able to and willing to call it out and deal with it in confrontational ways. But it's also a part of, appealing to people in the new social media online sphere. So the what theory? Great white replacement. Yeah, it's called the Great White Replacement. It's the belief that U.S. and like European, like Western governments purposely allow immigration of non-white people to replace white people, their white populations. To what benefit? I have no fucking clue, because that really doesn't add any benefit on the from the front. That's honestly why it falls apart the most. Like, what the fuck do they have to gain out of that? And, like, some people would say, like, well, they gain, like, votes. And it's like, okay, well, like, in America, like, the Democratic Party is, like, right compared to everywhere else, so it doesn't fucking matter. It's just, like, they believe that, like, the racist thing they believe is that, like, anything not white is a degradation of society, and so if, like, those people bring in all these immigrants and make people less white, then society collapses. That is, like, literally their whole argument. Like, it cannot get more racist, 50s racist kind of thing. Hey, Tylenol Tyrone, welcome in. How you doing? So we're actually just watching a video on the deep dive of the impact of 9/11 on American pop culture. But we got pushed into a tangent because we were talking about racist reprisals after 9/11 on people that weren't even Muslim, so. Yeah, they argue that it changes the voting pool, but, like, the thing is that, like, they all believe it's some grand conspiracy that they're doing it on purpose to replace all white people, which makes, like, no sense because I'm pretty sure, like, half the people, or at least a third of the people that voted for the Republicans around this last election were Latino, so I don't know. It literally has no logic behind it. It's very hard to understand, and the people that peddle it themselves are, quite frankly, too stupid and too ignorant to even convincingly argue it 9 out of 10 times to even, like, the lowest common intellectual denominator. It's literally on the level of, like, flat earther theory. And they'll, like, take some, like, really stupid fucking, like, sound clips from, like, 2008 or some shit, one off, and, like, cut it up so that it, like, seems like it, like, agrees with their argument. And the same way that flat earthers are, like, gonna do the same with, like, really dumb shit. It's really fucking stupid. And that's to say, we don't talk about politics in here, but I would like to reiterate that being a bigot isn't politics. If you're racist, if you're homophobic, if you don't like trans people, all those types of people exist in my community. And you will not be mean to them. I will not allow it, and you're not welcome here. And that includes everybody. I don't want to see any shit about anybody being bullied for literally any reason for things they can't help, like race, sexuality, period. And I'm not saying that to just be like, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Like that everybody. When I mean everybody, I mean everybody. I don't want to see anyone in here calling people honkies or shit like that either. Like, and actually, like, meaning it with intent behind it. I don't want to see that shit either. So, Hara bullies us ethically? Exactly. I'm ethically edgy. I have shitty humor, but it's not bigoted. That is the point. But yeah. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. Sorry to preach. Sorry to throw a little political bullcrap in. But with the way that VTubing has gone recently, especially in the Twitter space, there's a lot of really shitty people in this community right now, and I feel like I have to at least make a stand so that those people don't at least feel welcome here. So, anyway, we'll get back to it. If you knew history, you'd know we're copying the fall of the Romans. Shake my head. There is no fall of any empire that is in any way similar to any other fall of any other empire, and to honestly compare two of them is extremely lazy history. Anyway.
That you'd like to share, I'd love to read them down in the comments.
Twitter is scary.
Culture was already looking very different by.
That's why I removed the For You thing. I only see following now.
Channels had halted programming to switch to the major news networks like ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox. And you know it was serious because they also halted commercials. It's only something very, very serious that happens in America that causes capitalism to not stop, but pause. Sporting events.
This is like the fall in Rome, in that I don't understand anything that's happening.
Then Thursday night SmackDown would.
Fall of Rome is connected to when my pillow fort fell down. Actually, though,
making it the first major public event to be held of its size. The fact that they really
guys
still
was 9/11 our Teutoburg forest. Oh my god.
And in hindsight, might not have been the safest thing to do 2 days after a major terrorist attack, but USA? Disney World was closed for the first time.
Hegan, I don't know what browser you use, but for Firefox and Chrome, there's a like a plugin that you can install. And it removes everything from like the For You page to where if you have people blocked, you no longer see their stuff, like their comments and stuff. It does everything old Twitter did. It brings back old Twitter, quite literally. The better old Twitter before it was fucked up, so.
And this wouldn't happen again until the beginning of the COVID-19.
Did you ever build a pillow sarcophagus when you were little? No, but I built pillow pyramids.
By the afternoon Clear Channel, now
and pillow, and pillow temple at Karnax.
From radio stations across the nation that had content that was either too close to the events of the day or were.
I mean, it's fine to make that like.
These songs range from maybe understandably, it's the end of the world.
I mean, honestly, like. You can make that parallel as long as you realize that it's surface level astronomical. Correct to be terrified of the Germans? Yeah, they definitely should have been. What platform was that? The pre-Twitter thing? It can be, I think it's any Chrome-based browser. Here, hold on. I can look it up for you real quick. I've got it installed right now. Hold on. Let me find it. Yo! It's called Control Panel for Twitter. That's what you're looking for. That's what it's called. Control Panel for Twitter. Yo, thank you for the raid vibes. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine sun goddess. I do War Thunder variety and history streams. And today we're doing a history stream. We're watching a video on the deep dive of the impact of 9/11 on American pop culture. If you guys don't know, I'm an actual historian of a master's degree in history. I work as a current museum curator. And this is your night to ask questions for me to get answered. Damn them thighs. You fucking know it. I feed a family of 5 with this TNA, dude. My absolute territory down here could fill 2 whole KFC family buckets, bro. It's gonna cost you more than $5.99 though, that's for damn sure. And it doesn't come with potato wedges. War Thunder, man, I can't escape, can I? No, you can't. Never. You're not allowed to leave. You're meant to love me forever. Undyingly and unquestionably. But yeah, thank you for the raid vibes. What are you doing? How was your stream? What were you playing? Hourglass shaped, more like pyramid shaped. Either way, all I know is that when I walk, my double-decker bubble butt jiggles and shakes like a bag full of yogurt. Yeah. Same thing with the thighs. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This is not a joke. I mean, I can get in trouble with Twitch. I don't care. Watch this. Like, god damn, bro. It's like goddamn flubber. Like, it just goes everywhere, bro. It just goes everywhere. It just goes everywhere. So, yeah. Alrighty. We'll get back to the history part of the stream now that I can stop thirst trapping. Honestly, I would like to reiterate that I am such a narcissist that I am my own thirst trap. I'm not kidding in the sense of I have my own body pillow on my bed. I cuddle it and kiss it every night. I wash my sheets in a scent literally called Narcissist, and I have a mirror on my ceiling over my bed. See you, Choka. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hope to see you back on Saturday for a Follow New Vegas stream. I'd love to see you there, friend. No, please continue. Oh, Lord. My legs wiggle more than that as a skinny man. Yeah, picture didn't happen. Please don't actually post yourself like slapping your thighs in my Discord. How much for the body pillow? I want to talk to somebody about tanks. So, our old style one is currently on Cuddly Octopus for, I believe, $75 plus shipping. But we're having a drop on May 22nd. It should be during one of our War Thunder streams, where we're putting in the new one with my new design, my 2.0 design that has some small changes. And that should be, I think, $65 plus shipping, so it'll be like $10 cheaper. So yeah. Plus you can like pair it with cool little like keychains, and like I have a desk mat and like a play mat and stuff like that too. So
like the memorandum banned the entire discography of Rage Against
Oh, I got you again. It is pretty funny.
Which leads us into our first section.
Self-love isn't a bad thing. I agree.
In a post 9/11 world, and it began with that memorandum I mentioned. Almost
also a bit shy to show that nonsense.
To take into account
do what makes you happy, you know. I'm a firm believer that
the physical identity of our new state of mourning
for eternity, even in the afterlife. Do what I did. I bought. Okay, unironically, I am the master of being a covert weeb. That is not a joke. I'm not kidding. I have hid being a weeb from my parents, literally, and my roommates for at least 10 years. And the way I do that is, for example, I have a body pillow of myself. I bought a second larger body pillow, or second larger docky that is just a black canvas pillowcase, a thick one, to put over it. That way, when I'm sleeping and if I get sweaty or if I spill a drink, it doesn't go through the pillowcase on my docky, which is much harder to wash. And when I'm not in my room or I'm not home, it's hidden under the first one. So I've got a stealth pillowcase. So just do that. I literally bought one on Amazon. It was like $10. It was like $10 to $12. It was really fucking cheap. So yeah. That's what you gotta do, dude. If you want to stay a closet weeb. And that's something else I plan on doing is we're gonna have a merch drop that's like clothing here at some point. And I'm pretty big on like either like light anime action or something that is very like covert anime. So we'll be having that as well. Some stuff that appeals to both people that want to let their weeb out and show cool cute bird on their clothing, and then people that are just like, I'll just take your like logo or your image or something. You know what I mean? So we'll have that as well. Girls in Panzer made me a weeb. Okay, we've talked about this a lot, Minerva. There's an actual like line, and this is for all you War Thunder players out there. There is an actual thread of like truth where like Girls in Panzer is like a psyop to get more people to play War Thunder. You start by liking anime, and then you watch Girls in Panzer once, and you're like, hey, this War Thunder stuff isn't so bad. And then all of a sudden, you're playing a ton of War Thunder. It happens every time. I swear to God, half the War Thunder community started playing because of Girls in Panzer. Not kidding. And thank you for the follow, Devel VT. Welcome into the cold. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you. It could also be a psyop for World of Tanks. That's true. It could be either one. See ya, Anubis. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you back on Saturday for New Vegas. Black Lagoon made me a weeb in a way. It was the I'm gonna choke you with my tits meme, wasn't it? Yeah, Azure Lane is another one. Yeah. Can Cole is another one. I was big on Can Cole for a while. That is the opposite happens too, Astronomical, where like you play War Thunder and then you check out Girls in Panzer because it's an anime with tanks and you become a weeb. So anyway, we've been pausing this a lot. We'll let her talk for a minute.
Remember that we are coming off of the 1990s, which was a decade of letting the good times roll in a lot
It
of
really
ways,
was.
with bubblegum pop, hip-hop, and new metal dominating the airwaves by the end of
It
the
was a very
decade.
electric, like,
Beyonce,
party
Rhythm,
feel,
Catchy
kind of like the
Rose,
2010s
Backstreet
were.
Boys, NSYNC, and most prominently Britney Spears were the rhythm of a youthful nation that had its downfalls but was doing all right for the most part. The sounds of artists like Missy Elliott, Outkast, and Jay-Z, whose album The Blueprint was released on September 11th, were taking hip-hop into the new millennium, and new metal, well, they just wanted to break shit. But now
They did just want to break shit. It's true.
Were songs of resilience.
Because everything is fucked.
That might have been the only thing that made sense at that time. In the weeks following, there were countless musical tribute specials like America, a tribute to heroes, the concert for New York City, and United We Stand that brought together musicians from all genres to memorialize victims and raise funds for relief efforts. And even Congress thought it necessary to
Teaches you history, looks inside, no history lesson. If you stuck around longer than 5 minutes, you'd learn something. Yeah, half of it's memes, but it's there, buddy. Just gotta be patient.
to soothe the nation with a pitchy at best rendition of God Bless America.
Welcome in, Maxie. How you doing?
As if we weren't already going through enough. Soon after, we began to see original works about the events themselves, and there are a lot of them, like Coldplay's Politics
Also,
and Bruce Springsteen's
it's also
2008
part of like a Q&A react kind of thing, political idiot. Not insulting you, that's just your name. So if you do have a history question, I would be more than happy to answer it. So it's kind of a thing where like it's a Q&A and react kind of thing where we watch a video and I add context to it. But if you have any history general questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Same thing with museum stuff because I am currently a museum curator. So
album The Rising, which features many songs about the day from various perspectives. However, not every song about 9/11 was reverent and sorrowful. One genre embraced a rather aggressive and retributive sound: country. The growth of American jingoism due to 9/11 was certainly not a shock, but country music's embrace of it was something. For a solid 5-year run, the subgenre of country music that can be best described as this was churning out chart-topping hits.
You know, she makes actually a really good point. Like unironically, she makes a really good point. It like really changed country music. We went from like Rascal Flatts, which was honestly, as somebody that doesn't like country, I think Rascal Flatts bangs. We went from Rascal Flatts to like really patriotic American fight country. You know what I mean? Which then is now turned into this like pop country kind of thing we have now, but it's still like partially patriotic. After I started playing War Thunder, yeah, sometimes it happens in reverse, but there is a pipeline for it. You have a music channel in the Discord? We do, Hegan. But yeah, I noticed that as well, that like post 2001, 9/11, I almost said 1911. Post 9/11, like, I forget his name, but like, that one country star that made that really popular American, like, Ooh-Rah American song right afterwards, that got like really famous off of it, is like the whole reason why that started. And it really did just like make country music do this really big heel turn. And thank you for the follow, AC4500. Welcome to the cult. Because if you think about it, like, for example, I'm a really big fan of like cowboy western country songs. So like, you guys have heard my playlist. Like, I listen to a lot of that stuff, like Tennessee Ernie Ford, Marty Robbins, who else? Hank Williams, Buck Owens is a big one. And if you listen to the music for country from like 70s to 80s to, and then like switch it up by listening to like 2009 country music, let alone today's country music, not only is the music extremely different, but also the topics that the songs focus on are completely different. So much so that like what country used to be as a genre has become an entirely new genre itself that is usually referred to as Americana. Like actually, like the Dead South, for example. The Dead South is a version of old style country and refers to itself as Americana. It does not refer to itself as country. Any Coulter Wall? I do not have any Coulter Wall. But if you suggest some, I'll check it out. Hey, Sierra, welcome in. I have no clue who the Proud to Be an American song was, but I think that was it.
That were all about America and freedom and the flag, and most pronounced, the military. It's worth it to note that less than a month after the attacks, the United States would announce an invasion of Afghanistan in October of
I'll be happy to check it out, Hegan.
Seemingly jump-starting their revenge tour for the events of 9/11. The hallmark of this sound is Toby Keith's Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue.
That's it.
That features the lyric, "If you put a boot in your ass, it's the American way."
That's
this
it. Toby fucking
like
Keith.
The American flag gained sentience and started making music had a place
Toby
in the charts
fucking
for
Keith,
years,
bro.
according to executive director of country radio broadcasters R.J. Curtis when he talked to Rolling Stone, saying, "If you put USA or America in a song, you had a pretty good chance of getting attention." To be fair, there were also songs like Alan Jackson's "Where Were You When the World
Pretty
Stopped
much
Turning"
Minerva.
that were what
Like even then I'd say otherwise. Like sometimes like a lot of the country stuff like beforehand was like, I mean literally like Rascal Flatts. Like it'd be like I can take the pain of the roof on this empty house, that don't bother me. Like it's about like heartbreak or like it's like almost like any other genre where like it's so diverse in what it talks about, like prior to like at least like 2005 or 6. And then after that you get just nothing but Toby Keith style country where it's like, I got my pickup and my hot blonde lady in her booty shorts, swinging her hips on the tailgate of my pickup truck. I just popped my 15th natty light. And don't come around here if you ain't white. I love NASCAR. Like, it's like, oh my God, bro. Like, pick another fucking topic. And that has changed a little bit. Like, it has, now that we've hit like 2025, country has started to find a little bit of its roots with some popular artists, but still, like, the prominent parts of country is still very one fucking note. Like, just straight up. In a pristine F-350, yeah, striking a toddler with such a large truck that you literally don't feel him even go under the wheels. Yeah, that kind of shit. An F-350, a Raptor. I'ma get me a Raptor, like a fucking Raptor with like a fucking V12 or whatever's in it, and like literally hitched up so fucking tall you could hit fucking Shaquille O'Neal in the head with your fucking bumper. Yeah, that kind of shit. Why did they smack Afghanistan when Osama's boys were in Pakistan? That is a great question, Monarch. That is heavily debated very much to this day. Oh, it's a turbo V6. That's what it is. Yeah, it was mostly for oil. The reason we attacked Iraq, for example, was to protect the petrodollar, which backed the US dollar at the time, instead of gold. That's what it was a V8. That's right. You get my point.
For Rolling Stones described as, quote, explicitly a song for those who, like Jackson and his listeners, live far away from New York or D.C. and were struggling.
He was hiding in Afghanistan for a short time, yes. That was also the last time that we knew the Taliban were operating in full force, because that was when the last time we supported them as part of the Mujahideen. So,
but as
the thing is that, so this is where actually the war on terror in the early 2000s draws parallels to the Soviet war in Afghanistan, which is what I did my dissertation on in my survey on, is that this is where what would happen is that insurgents, both against the Soviets and the United States in Afghanistan, would hide in the very mountainous southern region of Afghanistan that borders Pakistan, right? And it has very little roads, very little community centers, very little, no cities, very few towns. And they'll hide out in those mountains in those rural areas, and they'll move northward and northeastward or northwestward and strike the urban centers is what they'll do. And they'll mix in with the populace and strike the urban centers that are controlled by the occupying force. Happened with America, happened with the Soviets. And then what they'll do is after they make those strikes and they get their shit kicked in by a conventional military, but cause damage on soft targets, they'll run back into the wilderness, the mountainous wilderness in the south part of the country, and if they need to, run into Pakistan. And the scary part is that the United States and the Soviet Union could not cut off supplies to the Mujahideen and the Taliban, which part of it turned into the Taliban, because all of their arms and all of their funding and all of their support were smuggled through Pakistan, that border with Pakistan, that the United States and the Soviet Union could not monitor 24/7 and put a gate up on because it's mountainous and rural and there's no city centers. So it kills logistics, like a conventional military's logistics. And that is what caused a problem and made modern Afghanistan so unholdable for conventional militaries. Completely impossible. So yeah, that's the big reason. That is the massive reason why Afghanistan is extremely hard to hold. And a big misconception, because this is kind of my area of expertise, so sorry for ranting, is that the Mujahideen directly became the Taliban, but that's not what happened. The Mujahideen that fought against the Soviets consisted of dozens of Afghan tribes, dozens, that all had different political, sociological, and economic ideas. They were really just a coalition was what the Mujahideen was. So you had some Mujahideen that were pro-communist, just anti-communist Afghani government. You had some that were pro-capitalist. You had some that were pro-jihad, like pro-Muslim, pro-Islamic. And then you had some that were just straight up pro-anarchy. And what happened is that when it was against the Soviets, they were pretty united because they were funded by, you know, Pakistan and the United States and China. People don't know this. China also funded the Mujahideen against the Soviets. And many other countries. Almost everybody wanted the Soviets out of Afghanistan. And when you research it, the Soviets really did have no good reason to be there. Just like Ukraine. There's a lot of parallels to draw there as well. Same thing with America and Vietnam. Just no good reasons. But anyway. But essentially when the Americans came in to hunt down Osama bin Laden, you'll actually find that a good amount of the Mujahideen actually supported the United States against the Taliban, because the Taliban were, okay, I also forgot to mention, when the Soviets overthrew the king of Afghanistan, who was the only person that finally united Afghanistan, the tribes understood the cultural meanings and wants and desires of the Mujahideen and the tribal peoples that lived on the outskirts of Afghan society. He was the only one that essentially united Afghanistan. Then he was deposed by a communist Soviet government, right? And the Soviets didn't like what that communist Soviet government was doing, so they invaded and couped them with another communist Soviet government, right? So that now they're catching up. And so a big proponent of the Mujahideen, a big part of it, actually most of it, were pro-monarchy, because the king of Afghanistan did not die. The Afghani king did not die. He was exiled. He escaped. And so they just wanted him back. But the small part that was, you know, Muslim jihadists were the Taliban, what grew in to become the Taliban, who were not monarchists. You see what I'm saying? So when the U.S. invaded, a lot of the old Mujahideen that were monarchists supported the United States because they wanted to eventually find a way to bring back monarchism, which was the only thing that had kept Afghanistan stable for a significant amount of time, which was almost like 30, 40 years. The whole reign of that last king kept Afghanistan completely peaceful. So that's why you have a lot of the Mujahideen that actually backed the United States in Afghanistan during the War on Terror and did not join the Taliban. So that's like a big misconception, is that everyone that were a part of the Mujahideen joined or were the Taliban. That's not true at all. It's not even close. So yeah, that's like a big explanation. Afghan king was effectively Tito of Yugoslavia. I mean, in a way, but the Afghan king actually treated his people very well. Like, he was not a despotic ruler at all. He was a very benevolent king. He was actually a very benevolent king. Like, he was very good. Everybody, but the thing is that everybody liked him. Everybody liked the king in Afghanistan. Like, he was actually like, nobody in Afghanistan had problems with the king of Afghanistan. It was just the Soviet government sticking their hand in a pie that should have been stuck into. And their argument was that they needed it to protect their southern border from the United States and like US-backed Iran, which is on the other side of Afghanistan. And they also said that Afghanistan was starting to lean towards the United States, which were both lies. We now know that the Soviet Union originally invaded because, I believe, oil deposits, quite literally. The same thing that the United States would do, but oil deposits, and just because they wanted to expand the Soviet curtain, quite literally. Not in a defensive way, but in an imperialist way. So, yeah. Proxy war between two larger powers at the time. I mean, kind of. I would agree to that, except for the fact that it was like the Soviets invaded Afghanistan and literally everybody disliked that. Like, it's that meme where it's like everybody disliked that. Everybody did not like the first communist coup or the second communist coup, which was assisted by a Soviet invasion. Nobody liked either of them. It was just the Soviets. Only the Soviets liked it. And like the immediate Soviet allies, which like might have been Cuba at the time. Might not even been, because I think that was like, they invaded like late 70s, mid 70s. So yeah, it was just imperialist aim was purely what it was. And that's why it's such a good parallel to modern day Ukraine. So yeah. Anyway, sorry for the rant. Back to the video. Hey, Dead Man, how's it going?
Country music artists began to diverge from this messaging. Most famously, the
You
Kicks,
seem
who
smart. I'm
played
in
some
hiding
Latin
now. Well,
names,
thank you.
criticized
I do have a
then-President George
post-grad
W.
degree in
Bush
it,
for the
so
US's
this was kind of my
involvement in
focus.
the Iraq War, an action that would get the group blackballed and spur the song Not Ready to Make Nice, which would then in turn inspire a new crop of country artists, including Casey
I'm doing great,
Musgraves.
thank you.
Back in the sphere of popular music, there was a sentiment in the early days that bubblegum pop and its princess Britney Spears
Yeah,
were
that's
going
right. It was
to be
79 to like, it was
passé
79
and
to
outdated.
89, wasn't
In
it?
fact, there were many cases of
They officially
vandalism
finally
of her
pulled out in
upcoming
89?
HBO
Like
special
completely pulled out? They
because she
started in
was
82 or
internal
83. It took them
representation
6 or
of
7
all that was
years.
frivolous in American pop
Because
culture.
Gorbachev started it
Not
immediately
long
upon
after
being made
this, the
premier.
crowds of TRL began to fill back up again. And
I know, because I read his
American
his
pop
internal
music was back on
cabinet
top.
messages.
Its brief moment of
Literally, that's
reference
not a
had
joke.
already alleviated
I
by the end
got
of the
access
year.
to them.
On
It
the
was really
fringes of
cool.
popular music, anti-war songs began to crop up, like Rage Against the Machine's 2003 song March of Death, and most popularly, Green Day's American Idiot. Green Day's American Idiot is perhaps the best example of what a lot of young people felt at this point, having just
I got you.
seen
Thank
the
you, Egan. I'll
events of
check it out.
9/11, and in turn also seen many of them be sent off
Anyway, that
to
was a
fight
super,
an unjust
like,
war.
far tangent
Green
from this
Day's
video, so sorry
American
about that.
Idiot felt very representative of their disillusionment and in turn
Like, I wrote a
angst
40-page
to what
paper on
was
it, so I could literally go
happening
on
with
for
their
it
government.
on about it for
American
hours.
Idiot was
So
certainly a hit, but many critics have theorized a sort of wave of political defanging that happened with post 9/11 American pop culture. There was mounting disapproval of the war and growing disgruntlement with how long it was going on. It's here towards the end of the 2000s that we get songs like John Mayer's Waiting on the World to Change or the Black Eyed Peas' Where is the Love that began to lament about the state of the world and how the US still has many domestic problems to address instead of fighting its forever war overseas that got millions of innocent people killed. The music of post 9/11 America does retain some of that political defanging.
yeah, I would say, Monarch, just to give you the TLDR, the cause of it is that that the Soviet Union could no longer like strong arm the satellite states into being part of the Union. And when they noticed that, because they had to retreat from Afghanistan, that's when the revolution started, and Gorbachev knew he couldn't do anything about it, so he let them start, like, have the revolutions, and then it just crumbled from there. Essentially, Afghanistan was the first domino to fall to show that, oh, the Soviets can't, like, massacre their way into keeping us into the Soviet Union, so now we can finally leave. Because, for example, Poland and Ukraine had tried multiple times to secede, and were violently repressed each time. And then finally, when they backed out of Afghanistan, everyone realized, oh, I can leave now. So that's what happened. And once one person got up and left, much like a party, everyone else also got up and left.
Earlier. This could be due in large part to the fact that many Americans have grown very disillusioned with their government and the interest that it has in the health and well-being of the average American citizen. We didn't see a great renaissance of protest songs coming out around this time, but we did see a slight resurgence of it in the early 2020s, mainly with Kendrick Lamar's All Right, that was used very prominently during the Black Lives Matter protests. But as a whole, music in post 9/11 America definitely felt different. Almost immediately after the events of 9/11, the silver screen began going through a very drastic change. Starting on September 11th and for the next couple of weeks, many films that were pending release had to hastily re-edit many of their scenes that would potentially either evoke images similar to the events of 9/11, aka large explosions, or completely erase images of the Twin Towers.
That's
Films
understandable,
like
but
the
that's
first
crazy.
Spider-Man trilogy and
That immediately 9/11 happened, and then like literally every movie that was coming out in the next like probably year, we're like, all right, we have to literally go in and digitally edit out the Twin Towers. Not only to be accurate, but to prevent people from thinking about it. Like, that's crazy.
Disney's Lilo
But
and
that
Stitch
seems
would
so-
famously
so
have to
right.
re-edit much of their imagery to take into account the tragedy. For Spider-Man, many of the promotional material and the trailer for the film would feature a spot with the Twin Towers, and one of the ending sequences
Wow.
of Lilo and Stitch would have Stitch flying through downtown Honolulu in a hijacked jetliner, weaving and bobbing through buildings. which
Yeah, that would have been
obviously was not
really
going to be
bad.
received well for its 2002
Yeah,
release.
Disney would have gotten
Spider-Man
bent
is
over
an
a
interesting
barrel over
case,
that
as
one.
New York City
That was a
is
good
technically
call.
character in the canon of the superhero. So the disappearance of the Twin Towers from its skyline had to be taken
Also, I feel like that would have made the movie worse, honestly.
The resiliency of New Yorkers and a love of the USA were added to the
Like,
film.
even without the
Like
9/11,
fight on
like,
the Queensboro Bridge,
parallel.
where the citizens fought back against the Green Goblin, uttering that if you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. And one of the final shots of the film, which features the Man of Spider holding on to a flagpole with an American flag flying high. In the case of Lilo and Stitch, this entire
thank you for the
sequence had
follow,
to be
Viewpun.
reworked
Welcome into the
very
cult. Yeah, that is like, when you kind of think about it, like, it's kind of like that kind of like patriotism has died in like movies a little bit now that we're in 2025. Can you imagine, like, I don't know, maybe they did show something like that. Maybe it has really continued. Like, can you imagine like a Spider-Man movie today with like Tom Holland, where like just randomly in the middle of the movie, he just like zips up to a massive American flag and stands on it? I mean, I guess like Captain America is like kind of part of that. So, I don't know, honestly. I might be wrong on that. Maybe that is still like a really big thing, but you gotta stream Total War sometime. I definitely plan on it. We just gotta get through a couple games. I plan to get through Oblivion, New Vegas. Then we're gonna get through Oblivion. And then probably we're gonna play Total War Warhammer 3. That is probably how it's gonna go. So, yeah. It is on the list. It just takes a while because I can only play one variety game a week.
Before its release in 2002, which, if you know anything about animation, that is a crazy feat to accomplish. The initial cut of the scene was put on a special edition DVD some years later, and you could see that the things that had to be reworked were making the plane that Stitch flew look a little bit more alien and like a spaceship, making its interior cabin look a little bit more Star Trek-esque rather than the cabin of a commercial jetliner, and of course,
yeah, now that you look at it and you mention it, it really does just kind of look like a commercial plane.
A remote beach that was devoid of any humans. Most films had to release.
How many days do you stream a week? So I stream 3 a week. On Wednesday, we have a 3-hour history stream, which is dipping into 4 hours, and I need to go to bed for work tomorrow. But anyway, who cares? Every Wednesday, we do a history stream from 7 to 10, sometimes 7-11 if I take too long to end the second video. Then we do Friday or Saturday and Sunday. And both will be from 8 to 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday will almost always be War Thunder. And then I'm trying to move it to Friday. I just have a work event on Friday. But plan on for Friday would be like 7 to 1 or 8 to 2 on Saturdays. So this week will be 7 to 10 tonight. Well, 7 to 11 probably tonight, or 11:15. Saturday will be 8 to 2 a.m. And then Sunday will be 8 to 2 a.m. So, yeah, Central Standard Time. So
anything
and vibrate again, yeah,
and could potentially evoke the images.
So like right when I go to bed, yeah, there you go.
Pushed, including Martin Scorsese's Gangs of New York. And
but yeah, it ends at 2 a.m. CST, so perfect timing.
Independence Day, Deep Impact, and Armageddon.
And if we're having a banging stream and my voice hasn't given out on War Thunder streams like that, I play with chatters, and we'll usually extend it an hour or two. But my voice has been going out lately.
A lot of news footage of the towers after they had been hit. They also had to be pulled from any television syndication and quickly re-edited.
Oh God, I'm so sorry for you, Otis-san.
Films that had been released but just happened to take place in New York had to be digitally re-edited to erase any image of the Twin Towers. In a sense, Hollywood was trying to completely
That's insane, Otis-san. I don't know how you do it, buddy.
From its cinematic history as not to evoke
that's not healthy, my guy.
The immediate cultural response of 9/11 was
you followed a phishing link and ended up here? Really? How the hell did you follow what kind of phishing link led you here, bro? Welcome in, Sumo the Banana, but that's crazy. What phishing link? That blows my mind. It's actually crazy. Did somebody steal my link to fish, like, RuneScape accounts? Bro, okay, actually, I'd kind of be into that. I kind of want people's OSRS accounts. So, maybe not terrible. Shopping for fishing rods from Mumbai? That's crazy. That blows my mind. Well, welcome. Congratulations on finding this little corner and deep tunnel of the internet. Hope you enjoy your stay, Sumo. What's a phishing link? So a phishing link is when you get a fake link that you click on and it like replicates replicates the website you were trying to go to that's fake. And when you type in your username and password, it logs you in, but it sends your login information to whoever owns the phishing link. So.
It was the equivalent of sending a child.
Yes, they are gone, Sierra. Yeah,
part of a movie.
They rebuilt one massive tower and put a memorial there. But yes, they did completely collapse. Thank you for the follow, Sumo. Welcome in. You're terrified? You honestly should be. Good. I'm a 5,000-year-old goddess that steals organs. So, yeah, you should be scared.
Check for imperialistic aggression in the name of protecting the country.
I think I accidentally skipped around on accident.
Were being documented in real time. It's a bit different to an event like the sinking of the Titanic that was largely recounted and documented in the stories of.
I think it looks neat, but yeah, I get you. It's not as iconic.
9/11 could be recounted in multiple ways, including survivor stories, news coverage, the work of photojournalists, and there was a massive growth of amateur filmmaking that was happening around this time, as there were many consumer-grade camcorders that were on the market and were owned by lots of people.
Am I supposed to play that in that type of music now? Convert to piano.
If he lived in New York City and also record his own recollection of the day's events. Everyone basically had a connection to the event in some way. On the other hand, there were very understandably critics of the censorship of post 9/11 media, with many calling into account the question of autonomy in art. On a grander scale, it could also call into question of what narratives and images are being disseminated.
I mean, that's fair. They were just kind of rectangles
of this tragedy, which led many scholars to theorize that this form of censorship could influence the emotions of the country and almost provide a blank check for imperialistic aggression in the name of protecting the country and saving democracy. The headline from The Onion, funnily enough, does the best job.
So essentially, if you didn't catch what she was saying or didn't quite understand it, what she's saying is that this tragedy allowed like such a cultural like blankness and numbness from the tragedy that the government could easily use it to incite like a sense of revenge for the government's imperialistic goals, is essentially what she was saying. So essentially, like, because people were so shocked by the tragedy and felt so numb and had this cultural sense of like depression, the government realized they could channel that into anger and use that to take over other countries for economic or resource gain. So.
Of summing up what the potential fear was when it comes to this type of censorship.
Yeah, the Patriot Act, you gotta love it.
Whoever it is we're at war with. It would be another 4 or 5 years before Hollywood decided what it wanted to do with the events of the day. In the immediate, there were thoughts that there would be no more films that would show wide-scale destruction and that Hollywood media would become a lot more kinder and gentler, almost as if to serve as a security blanket for a very wounded nation. That would not last.
What a positive outlook for a future that would have never possibly existed in America.
In a direct way. With academics Maria
Welcome back,
Flood
Deathheart.
and Michael C. Frank for the conversation.
I love that Linkin Park song. I love Linkin Park, especially that era. That's like their weakest one, in my opinion.
H.G. Wells's late Victorian story to post 9/11 New Jersey.
You gotta get yourself some giving up in there, dude.
The film, quote, "They're already here," echoes fears.
See you, Sherman. Have a great day at work.
Suggesting that the enemy is already in the U.S., undetectable and waiting to be activated. After the alien tripods have emerged from below the ground to wreak havoc on innocent bystanders, the protagonist's daughter asks her ash-covered father, "Is it the terrorists?" And in the 5th anniversary of
That's
the attacks,
crazy.
Hollywood was ready to take on the events of the day head on, with Oliver Stone's World Trade Center and Paul Greengrass's United 93, both released in 2006. The first of which depicted the events in New York City from the perspective of 2 police officers who found themselves trapped in the North Tower during the collapse of the South Tower, and the second which told the harrowing tale of the passengers who took back the hijacked.
Thank you for the follow, Zoe Sight. Welcome into the cult. Yeah, I know you're being facetious.
Both films involve the families of victims.
But Meteora is a banger. If Numb is the worst song on Meteora, that's a really good worst song to have. You know what I mean? Because it's a good song if it wasn't so like meme to hell and back.
Jamino and their wives involved in the writing and production. Though it is important to note,
I will say the new album's pretty good though, even though they don't have Chester anymore.
From the family members of victims, with how their specific family members were depicted, or just simply with being involved.
Kinder depictions, and here comes Michael Bay with the explosive chair. It's more like here comes Michael Bay with the robots that talk about their testicles, and they literally have actual fucking truck nuts as they teabag the Pyramid of fucking Giza. Yeah, I bet you forgot about that. I bet you fucking forgot about that. He gave one of the Transformer Beast guys that was an enemy fucking giant Transformer testicles. For what reason? Who fucking knows? We know for a fact he's a robot and ain't fucking using them. So, yeah. That is, yeah. And he pissed on a guy. Yeah, he literally Michael Bay made a giant testicle and a golden shower joke in one of the Transformers movies. Like, I'm not kidding. People seem to have just completely let that one slide, and I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't understand. That was so fucking terrible, dude. It's so fucking, like, I'm not even gonna say it's bad. It's just juvenile. And I say that as somebody that jokes about wieners all the time. It was so lame. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was Bumblebee that does it. It was, oh my God, those movies.
That does commercialize their loved one's death. These films were decently well received and did pretty okay at the box office, but they weren't carried through cinematic history.
Michael Bay literally gave a Transformer truck nuts.
Eclipse the historical.
There's your sound. Here, hold on. Michael Bay literally gave a giant Transformer massive truck nuts. There's your sound bit. There you go.
One could argue that the reason for this was that,
and that's not me gaslighting,
at 5 years was still a little bit too soon, and the
hey,
audience
how's it going?
would be going to see this movie also live through the event, as it just took place 5 years prior, and so they may also not have been exactly ready to reckon and see depicted with a Hollywood lens this incredibly traumatic day. Hollywood didn't
Thank you for the follow, Cat Almighty. Welcome into the cult. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Directly from the perspective of sorrowful remembrance, and instead opted for escapist media centered around superheroes and fantastical worlds that could explore themed around 9/11 without directly recalling the events.
That's a good point.
Nolan's The Dark Knight trilogy as being the impetus of the superhero genre beginning to explore this kind of grim, dark aesthetic. But
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, Sierra. But I could also see Michael Bay just going, ha, that's awesome. Ha, he's got balls.
It makes sense why they were so
because that was like kind of the humor of that time period, where it was like, ha, he's got big balls.
In terroristic situations.
That's peak comedy. That's peak fucking comedy. We gave him balls. It's like, all right, like crazy. That's nuts, dude. Like literally nuts. That's so you're hilarious. Absolute cinema, Michael Bay. Great way to go, buddy. Explosions and robot testicles. You really knew how to capture the hearts and minds of American audiences.
As if to rewrite the events of 9/11 in a much more fantastical way. And it's also worth it to note that
I think one did, Zoisite. I think you're right.
Interest, let's just say, in these particular films when it comes to depictions of American government that tend to be centered around America.
What if we also got like a really dog shit modern Linkin Park song as the end credit scene? What if we paid Linkin Park to make just a dog shit album for this shitty movie series? What if we ruin people's new metal childhoods with this awful album?
Rhetoric that the government used to its advantage around this time. These films came in tandem with films that are about the fallout of 9/11 and the ensuing military activity in Afghanistan and Iraq, like American Sniper, Zero Dark 30, and other films like Cloverfield, Remember Me, that is not a 9/11 film into the very, very end.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It's really not.
Incredibly close.
I forgot that like Cloverfield was actually like literally supposed to be an allegory for 9/11. And it is literally not made apparent until the very end of the movie. Which is crazy to think about. Like, I don't think a lot of people know this. Cloverfield is actually meant to be like an actual like parallel to 9/11. Like, the monster is supposed to represent the attack and the trauma inflicted on the city of New York from 9/11. Which is why you never see the monster until the very end. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Yes. Yeah. It is covertly a message about 9/11 and the trauma it inflicted. So yeah.
That there is a
yeah. The when you think about it, it makes more sense too, because like the found footage, like where it's like the camera like constantly panning up to the sky towards the disaster and stuff like that. And really, you only ever get to really see the wreckage up until the very end. You don't really see like the creature itself. That is another parallel to it.
Presence of stereotypes that
there was an
plagued
ARG
a
for
lot of
Cloverfield too,
post-9/11
yeah.
media, specifically with how people from the Middle East were being depicted. We all know
The
that
GM
there
branding was so
sepia
damn
tone that
shoehorned,
went
it really
rampant
was.
in a lot of 2000s and 2010s film when depicting any country that it was inhabited by mostly brown people, and there was a sense of just a general flattening of a lot
You're
of
not
Middle
wrong,
Eastern
Woozer. That
cultures.
is kind of right.
And
The whole
you can
kaiju,
definitely
you're really right with that assessment though, because like Godzilla was inspired by the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, so that is kind of like the entire point of kaiju movies. And that's not me saying that that's a knock against Cloverfield. I think that adds a lot of depth to the movie Cloverfield and is a great allegory. But you are right, like the entire point of kaiju movies is to depict a way to confront the trauma of both massive natural disasters and horrific events, like tragedies, like mass tragedies.
How this flattening of culture would do harm in the real world. Many black and brown people, especially Muslim
I did like
Americans in the
-1 a lot,
country,
I will
were being
admit.
faced
The
with
acting could have been a little bit
lot of
better, but it's a
parody,
foreign film,
stereotypical
so.
material that came out around this time that was heavily influencing how they were living life in this country.
That's
the topic
crazy.
of film and
Well, look at that
post-9/11
graph. Look at this graph. Every time it doesn't make me laugh. 12 hate crimes against Muslims to 93. Reminder. 9/11 happened in September, obviously. That means that likely, if we're on track with 2000, 81 hate crimes against Muslim people were committed in the United States in 3 fucking months. 3 months. That is shocking. 3 months. That is actually 1 every single day almost. Why is it so high in 15? Because of the Orlando nightclub thing, I think. It was either the Orlando nightclub event massacre or the Boston bombing. I forget which one, but it was because of one of the two. That is just insanity. And it makes so much fucking sense, and it's very sad.
This country. The topic of film in post-9/11 America is far too vast to cover in
Fucking
one
80
video, and would probably
hate
have to be its
crimes
own
in 3
video.
months
But
against
in the
one
meantime,
subgroup
I
of people
highly
that probably didn't even make
recommend
up
the
more than
Alice's
5% of the
Canon
population.
series
That's
that
crazy.
covers films directly dealing with the events of 9/11, both from a domestic perspective.
Like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like in 2001, you'd have to, like, actively go out of your way and do an intense fucking search to find someone of Islamic origin. You know what I mean? Like, unless you live in, like, a big city that has, like, a designated, like, cultural center for this ethnic group. Like, imagine living in, like, I don't know, like, Bowite, Arkansas. Like, to find the one Muslim guy that lives within a 200-mile radius of Bowite, Arkansas would literally take, like, FBI level, like, investigation. And you bet your sweet fucking ass that some redneck hillbilly and a group of his racist friends did exactly that and found him. Yeah.
In an international perspective. Television perhaps has the most interesting relationship with 9/11 as it was held.
It wasn't really that 9/11 was funded. From what I understand, Phantom, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, which both funded the Mujahideen, had no clue that 9/11 was being planned. From what I understand. Because I fully believe that if they knew that something like that was happening, they wouldn't have funded them for it. Because obviously, like, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan are going to be like, well, obviously the U.S. is going to look to us first, which we didn't, because we're fucking stupid. But naturally they would think, no, that's too fucking big for our international britches. Don't do that shit, you fucking idiots. You're going to cause all of us a problem. You know what I mean? They're like, we want you to cause a small problem to annoy our enemies. We don't want you to cause such a big fucking problem that they invade us, which is exactly something that 9/11 would do. I would imagine. I could be wrong on that, but that would be my understanding of post-World War II geopolitics.
Many of us
that is
received
rocking the
news
boat
of the
too
events.
fucking
The 24-hour news cycle was all but
It's kind of like stealing at a Target. Kind of a weird fucking allegory, but it's kind of like stealing at a Target. If you steal a pack of gum, they're probably not going to call the cops on you. Like, they're probably not going to give a shit. If you steal a pack of gum, like, in like, I don't know, like a gallon of milk, and you do it every day for a month, they're going to wait till it hits 10K and hit you with a fucking grand larceny charge. And you're fucked. You know? So, like, it's putting taking that dial and shoving it to like 15 out of 10. Thank you for the lurk, Wyvern up. Please take your organs.
Cemented in our everyday lives, as millions were watching every single day, hours worth of footage of the towers being hit, them collapsing, and in the very early days of news coverage, some very horrific images that featured people falling from the towers to their deaths. The ramifications of
that, I don't know if anyone has
images
seen
like
that in here, but it is some very tragic imagery.
Hours and weeks on end,
very sad.
We are still figuring out to this day. Television was essentially the door into this new world that we were getting to know and would be for the next 20 years. On the news front, the presence of the news ticker became a mainstay for many news channels, allowing for multiple pieces of news to be reported on at the same time. Federal investigations, survivor recounts, and relief efforts were pretty much all that dominated TV for the coming weeks, especially with the announcement of the US invasion of Afghanistan less than a month later. For non-news TV, the first steps forward came from the world of late-night television, as one by one the hosts of very popular late-night shows came back on air, many of them taping live from New York City. The first of which to return to air was David Letterman, who delivered a powerful and honest monologue that was a more cathartic heart-to-heart to a nation that didn't know what to do either than an opener to a late-night talk show. Hosts like
I can't
Jon
even imagine
Stewart,
having to,
then
like,
went on to
address
be a strong
that.
advocate for healthcare for
Like, I can't even begin to imagine having to even start to address that to a national audience. Like, obviously you have to talk about it. If your show is on, you have to talk about it. But I don't even know how you even approach that. You know what I mean? Like, that is so fucking difficult. There's no way you can plan to approach it. You pretty much just have to speak with your heart at that point.
9/11 first responders delivered a powerful and tearful opener to political satire show The Daily Show that very briefly
that happened. Yeah, it's like a laugh track. You're like, that was awkward. Wow, what an awkward day. Jesus Christ.
Revealed that the people in our TVs were not just entertainers, but people just like us. People who were sad and angry and confused.
I agree, Balthros.
The death toll of 9/11 has almost doubled.
Oh, okay, you guys gotta admit. You guys gotta admit, they got us this time. I mean, they got us this time, guys. It's pretty awkward. Man, is the pie on our face, man. Is the pie on our fucking face. We got Jack Black sitting here with us. Jack, what'd you think about it, buddy? It's like Jimmy Fallon. He's like doing his wacky zany bit. Fucking like bands playing their like zany fucking jazz music.
Have died due to toxic exposure from ground
zero. See ya, Astronomical. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hope to see you back on Saturday.
Responders than people who were killed on the day. So we are very much so still dealing with the healthcare aftermath of an event like that.
Wow, we're still dealing with that.
25 years later. Jokes weren't completely devoid at this time, but there was a looming sense of feeling like we had to ask if we could call on the security blanket that is comedy and humor. Live from New York, Saturday Night Live returned with a group of firefighters wearing their gear that was covered in ash from the rubble, and then New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who, if you can believe
that
it,
aged
had
poorly.
been deemed Times Person of the Year and was seen as America's mayor. Crazy
that
concept.
aged like
The tone
that
of the
didn't
first
age like
Saturday Night
milk.
Live
That
post 9/11 was humorous.
I don't know what
but
ages
a
worse
bit
than milk,
somber.
but it aged worse
And
than
also,
milk.
for some reason, featured blackface. Like that was supposed to help. I don't know. Because of what used to be a much quicker production cycle, television was one of the first mediums to be able to respond to the events narratively.
No, I haven't,
like
Minerva.
NBC's political drama The West Wing that aired an episode dealing with terrorism airing 3 weeks after the attacks. And many shows like 24 and Homeland were
Yo,
very
thank you for the
guilty of
follow,
perpetuating
Tenma
the
Alonso.
insert
Welcome to the
brown
cult. Hope you
person
enjoy your
fear
stay.
and cast them in a negative light concept, and also made very regular practice of normalizing torture, which no doubt had very terrible in-person ramifications for black and brown people in the country.
Yeah, like the
who, by
MAGA
way,
cheese,
were
yeah.
probably also in mourning and also angry and sad.
Hey, just like
And that of shows
Californian,
were
that is
set in
Californian.
New York
That is a
City.
great.
In the 90s,
that is a
many of the
great
most popular
choice,
sitcoms
honestly.
were set in New York City, like Friends, Living Single, and Seinfeld. New York City was the place for sitcoms, and by 2001, it felt like sitcoms were starting to move out of the city. Perhaps the wound of the city was too fresh, and in the minds of many Americans, New York felt very off limits. And so that's when we see the
Hold on, I do have to check. Okay, we've got
growth
6
and
more
prominence
minutes.
of shows.
I'm gonna let
like
it run
The
because
Office
I was supposed to be
and Parks
in
and
bed
Rec
an hour
and My Name is
ago,
Earl that
so
took place in other parts of the country. Of course, this isn't to say that TV avoided New York City, as there were
I need to
still
stop
plenty
yapping
of
and let her
shows that
finish
were
her
set
educated
in
spiel
the
because she's
city,
doing a great job.
like HBO's smash hit Sex and the City and 30 Rock. Many of these shows that were airing pre-2001 obviously featured imagery of the Twin Towers and the World Trade Center, and much of that imagery had to be scrubbed. In doing research for this video, I was very curious about what the response of children's media was. I don't feel like we often think about the impact of pop culture when it comes to kids, but kids
That's a good
media
point.
is incredibly important to the growth and development of kids. So how do you explain something of this scale to a child when the adults that are making them are also trying to make sense of it? One of the most prominently remembered for perhaps good and bad reasons is Disney Channel's Express Yourself series. These were originally a series
Oh,
of
holy shit, I
interstitials that
forgot
featured
about
Disney
these.
Channel stars talking about friendship and
Oh my God,
being
it's
themselves in
Beans!
general kids.
Bro, it's Beans! Dude, it's Beans of Beans fame. It's the Beans, bro. We're live with Beans talking about 9/11. What a quote, bro. We are live with Beans to talk about 9/11. Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh my God. Write letters. Yeah, that seemed pretty common. I remember being like 2nd grade and writing one to a soldier in Iraq. That was weird. I remember also like some schools apparently like teachers like actually had kids sit down and watch like the 9/11 footage. Like obviously not the people jumping out of windows, but actually like made them watch it, which is fucking insanity, I'm pretty sure. Maybe, Woozer. See you, Monarch. Sleep well. See you back on Saturday. Same for you, Hegan. Bye, guys.
Stuff. But the channel decided to do a special run of the Express Yourself series with its stars, discussing, albeit mostly indirectly,
Oh my God,
the
it's
events
Malcolm.
of 9/11.
They had Beans
There's a really
and
great
Malcolm.
article from Teen Vogue that I'll link down below that goes into much deeper detail about the general response and what the place of something like that was in media at the time. Many at the time saw it as a necessary and maybe cathartic message for kids who were dealing with the events that they saw probably in real time, and others saw it as much more propagandic in nature.
Yeah, the
Not long after that,
NASCAR
in
driver.
2004, Disney Channel featured the events of 9/11
Oh, that's
in
crazy,
a
Minerva.
decom called Tiger Cruise, starring a very young Hayden Panettiere. That is too much for this video, but it's just as crazy as it sounds. It was
That
a
is
noble
interesting.
attempt, I think, but still. The other side of the spectrum, children's media's most trusted teacher, PBS, also put out a lot of material around educating kids on the events of 9/11.
Oh, yeah, of course it was a
Popular
national
Show Zoomed
tragedy.
did an episode talking about firefighters and how they help communities. Reading Rainbow did segments about 9/11 where host LeVar Burton talked to the kids at PS234 in New York City about how they
I
cope
think
with
it's
the
very
events of
obvious
the
that
day
9/11
and
is
how
like
children
still
from
probably the
around
darkest
world
day in
were sending
American
messages
history.
of hope and love to the kids at the US.
And that's
Fred
saying a
Rogers
lot
came
because
out of retirement to
we've
speak
had a
to
lot of
kids and
dark
adults
ones
about how
even
to
since
deal with
then.
this difficult situation and encourage parents to have open discussions with their children. Arthur had a two-part episode dealing with the events
Welcome
of
in, slow
9/11
boy. How you doing?
indirectly, as the episode is set around a fire that takes place at the school, with each of the characters meant to depict a different emotion that the audience might have felt while watching the collapse of the Twin Towers. According to the Arthur Wiki, quote, "In the September 11th attacks, many experienced loss and trauma directly, which correlates with Sue Ellen losing her irreplaceable diary, and Binky is traumatized by the sight of the flames. And others felt tremendous anxiety after the disaster, with Arthur, who was anxious about his father's well-being. Meanwhile, many people were not directly affected by the attacks, yet still felt the impacts of the aftermath, which is represented by Buster, who was absent from school during the fire and feels disconnected." And finally, the show that has had New York City as its background
Zen.
for more than 50
How you doing?
years,
It's been a
Sesame
while.
Street also did a segment talking about the events. In a segment featuring Elmo, an accidental fire breaks out in Mr. Hooper's store, which is promptly put out by real-life FDNY firefighters, who calm Elmo, ensuring him that firefighters are very important members of the community that keep everyone safe. Television eventually found its flow again, but you can tell that 9/11 made an indelible impact on the industry. And this finally brings us to internet culture and 9/11, and 9/11 almost as pop culture in and of itself. One of the most famous fallouts of 9/11 is chronicling the pop cultural journey of works that were inspired by or kind of directly related to the event.
Thank you for the follow, Jose
So
Wise.
there is
Welcome
a
into the
very
cult. Hope you
popular
enjoy your stay.
chart that has appeared on Tumblr that chronicles that because of 9/11, Gerard Way started My Chemical Romance, which then inspired Stephanie Meyer to write Twilight,
There it
which
is!
eventually led to the creation of 50 Shades of Grey. And there are all of these different pop cultural things
There
that wouldn't have
it
had
is!
Stephanie
We
Meyer.
talked about it at the beginning of this. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my god, it's like actually like a flow chart. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's all connected. It is literally all connected. That's crazy. What the fuck? "9/11 ended Ellen, broke up and remade MCR, created, broke up and remade, reunioned MCR, who then wore a Twilight Edwards shirt and praised Robert Pattinson. But MCR being formed inspired Stephanie Meyer to write Twilight, who were made into movies, who were popularized, where Robert Pattinson became famous, plays Batman, and then Gerard Way and their spouse watched Batman twice in a row because they loved it. So he wore a Gerard Way wore a Robert Pattinson Twilight shirt, in which Twilight inspired a BDSM fanfic titled Master of the Universe, which became 50 Shades of Grey, the movie starred Dakota Johnson, and then Dakota Johnson's birthday drama ended Ellen. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. It's a little convoluted, but that's still crazy.
To write Twilight, which eventually led to the creation of 50
Hara
Shades
has a
of Grey.
WMD's right
And they're
behind her.
all-
What are you talking about, Prussian? I am the WMD. I glow, baby. Oh, I just pressed the wrong button. Oops. We were like right here.
was the place for sitcoms, and by 2001
Oh no, we were like
sitcom
right here.
that has appeared on Tumblr that chronicles that because of 9/11, Gerard Way started My Chemical Romance.
That's insane.
Which then inspired Stephanie Meyer to write Twilight, which eventually led
How
to
is
the
this world
creation
real? I know,
of
right?
50 Shades of Grey. And there are all
She
of
sounds
these
like she's
different
trying not to
pop
laugh
cultural
reading
things
this.
that wouldn't have happened.
Totally understandable.
seemingly without 9/11, which in turn does lend itself to this uptick in what I'm calling the memification of 9/11.
It
that has
should
been
be
happening
Phantom. Are you
much
having
more
trouble with it?
prominently in the past 2
If
to
so,
3
if
years.
can a
It's
moderator
mainly
post
centered
a
around
Discord
lot of
invite
Gen Z
link
people feeling very distant from the
to
event, and in
YouTube that
turn,
has
finding
max
some
uses
humor
and
in it. But I
no
think
timeout.
that's a video for...
It should work. It worked for me. You might have to try
As
through
you
the
can
web
see,
browser.
tragic events shape culture in ways that many of us can't really anticipate. In the 20 plus years since the collapse of the Twin Towers, what we're listening to, what we're watching, and what we're wearing has been reflective of our collective uncertainty and anxiety for the future. The pop culture of this era was a snapshot of our collective anger and sadness and general confusion that ran the gamut from justified and vengeful to irrational and destructive.
I gotcha. Try and open it with Edge then if you have it.
apathetic. The pop culture of a post 9/11 America.
So Twilight caused 9/11? No, 9/11 caused Twilight.
Nuanced,
Other way
at
around.
times aimless, and above all, an incredibly fascinating snapshot of modern history.
All right. Very good video. Very informative. Oops.
There is no
So if you want to check out this channel,
September
make sure you
11th
give
was
her your attention. I mean, she has 500,000 views. Good for her. Culture Kitsch. Really good study. I like it a lot. Very interesting. So make sure to check them out. Great video. Really enjoyed it. Very good look overall at it. We're going to go ahead and call it there, though, friends. We're going to go ahead and call stream. Thank you for the follow, Maximus. Welcome into the cult. I'm going to go ahead and raid out Twitch. And then after we raid out Twitch, I will call it. I hope you guys had a great time. Thank you for the follow, Balthros. We will be back on Saturday with Fallout New Vegas. It is going to be at 8 p.m. CST. If you want to join in, we have a little thing going on where if you spend $10, you have to kill the next humanoid NPC. It makes it a very fun playthrough. We've committed multiple genocides. It's a wacky, fun, hilarious time. If you're not interested, we'll be playing War Thunder the day after, same time, 8 p.m. CST. And I hope to see you guys at either one. It would mean the world to me if you came to both. So, I'm going to go ahead and raid you guys out. We're going to go raid Freem. I don't think I've raided Freem before. FR34M. So, you guys go have fun with Freem. She's a lot of fun. And I will see you guys on Saturday. If you guys want to catch me till then, you can on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on the Discord. You should be able to get the links for all of those. If it didn't work, if the Discord link isn't working for you, send me a DM over Twitter if you have one, or send me a DM over Blue Sky, or send me a DM over Twitch, and I'll make one for you, or I'll have a mod make you one. Thank you for the follow, Ragnia. Welcome into the cult. And I will see you guys on Saturday. So you guys have a great rest of your week. I love you guys a ton. And I think that's about it. Bye, friends. Love ya. Smooches. All right. Later, YouTube. Make sure you guys check out some of the shorts. I haven't come out with a while because I can't really afford them, but we'll get back to them eventually. So bye-bye.